Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. Hello, guys. This was a mess. Hopefully, I'll be off work. I hope you're off work too. I hope we can all sit and enjoy together. So to get straight into it, Kidology decided to put out some content recently. Um, we haven't talked about Kidology in a while, so cool. Let's visit. Let's visit Kidology in our minds once again. So Kidology decided to put out what I can only describe as a hot stinking mess. I don't know how else to describe what I saw. A hot stink. I'm not saying Kidology is a hot stinking mess. I'm saying what I saw. Okay, what I saw, what I sat through and watched, and the whole time I was thinking this is a hot stinking mess. Today's drink of choice is Mike's Mango. So I'm going to play something that I think is relevant because I do think this is important. Um, I'll put this on screen. So there's a trend going on TikTok. I just think this is related to today's video, and I literally just found this today. But I believe this is related, so I think it's important to show you guys. This is a trend on TikTok where people they kind of show their voicemails from their ex. Usually, think of it like Jerry Springer. Do people go on Jerry Springer to be normal? Nope. People go on Jerry Springer to be messy. They come with the "that's not my baby. I don't want to see her again. She's lying for child." So people just go on these shows to be messy, right? So I'm just trying to set the room, set the stage. This is a TikTok trend where people post voicemails from their ex and we all revel together. Let's watch.
So this kind of shit like this, and I'm just gonna tell you some real shit right now, bro. Because this is what I be talking about you and your attitudes on how you is, and you only think about yourself and what you want. You an educated woman, you got money, you know what I'm saying? All you gotta worry about is love and all this shit. Somebody to love you or treat you right. Babe, I got more than just that to worry about. I don't have money like you got to just sit around and go get a fucking room at the Winfrey and fucking drive a 500 fucking BMW and all this shit unless I had dope money, unless I was out here selling the streets. I ain't out here in the streets doing shit like that. But I came out there to see you and got him the fuck up coming out there to see you. And all you could see is send me a fucked up message talking about how long I went without talking to you and shit. You think when the police up in your ass and they got you sitting up in they fucking shit that you the fucking person I'm thinking of calling? You think that's what I'm thinking about? Well, these white folks got me hemmed up and they got my motherfucking car somewhere. Now my fucking car that came home, my fucking car won't crank up, won't even do shit. These folks that fuck my car up and shit. Then on top of that, had me in fucking jail sitting up there over a fucking warrant that's already been paid and done for. You understand? And all you could think about is a plan B in yourself? Man, this shit I be talking about y'all women. Y'all always think somebody playing or think somebody got some fucked
We're only halfway through, by the way. I just wanted to come in and say that this is like only halfway.
up shit going on. You don't even know what you be talking about. All you had to do was try to see what the fuck was going on, and you didn't even have enough fucking care to call, bro, and check on me. You ain't even called to fucking check on me and see what the fuck was going on with me. You ain't even called to do that, but you want somebody to call and care about you and think about you like that? But you ain't even fucking called to check on me, bro. And this shit here is whack, bro. You whack for that, bro. You whack for that. And all you can think about is yourself. Every time I hear you, you want to talk about what you got going on and how you feel. Nigga, what about my car? What about my motherfucking money? What about all that shit I got going on with two fucking children? I got to fucking get back and forth to work and I can't even get there because of what's going on with my shit. What about that shit? While you get to peacefully get in your car and collect your fucking check, and if anything go wrong with your car, something go wrong with your life, you could go pay for it and just do it and go about your business. Around here getting valet service and shit. We ain't got the same motherfucking life. Maybe we had the same life when I was out here in the streets and I had money and shit, bro, but we ain't got the same fucking life, obviously. Because you don't even know regular people have regular fucking problems out here. There's a lot of other stuff going on out here other than somebody fucking somebody. You understand? There's a lot of other shit going on out here people contending with every fucking day, bro. While you get to sit around and you got your education, you got money and shit, and you get to sit around here and just think about love. Nigga, I'm sitting around here trying to think about love, my car, my children, all this shit. Maybe I'm trying to do too much at one time. You right, man. You right. Shit,
Oh, I heard this part. You don't understand how I was like 2 minutes, 45 seconds into this video, and I'm like, she don't deserve this. Why is this man talking to her this way? She don't need to blah, 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 blah. And just for him to say, you calling me for a plan B. And I was like, wait, why? Why are you calling him for a plan B? There's a reason for that, right? Yep. I don't know. That made me very disappointed, but I still don't think she deserves that. I was just like, oh, what is it about this gentleman that made you like, this the one? So let me read the caption, because as soon as I heard plan B and they slept together, no protection, I was like, okay, bye. But I decided to read the caption. I saved this message from 2022. I play it every time I wonder where he is. Not still wondering. I chased him down for 4 years trying to convince him that I was what he needed. So he was not her first pick, by the way. She chased him for a very long time before, I guess, he caved. Which I don't believe in chasing people regardless of your gender. I have no idea why people do that. I feel like if someone likes you, they'll be interested in getting to know you and dating you. And if they don't, they won't. And you shouldn't like try to make them if they don't. That's very sad. To me personally, that's very sad. That seems very sad. How can I make this man like me? If I see, have y'all heard of Reddit? Of course you guys have. It's all sorts of dating advice Reddit, relationship advice Reddit, blah blah blah, ask women, ask men, ask feminists, ask blah 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 blah. It's so many Reddits where people come to get advice. And at least once a week, it's a Reddit. How do I get this girl to like me at this place without seeming creepy? Blah blah blah. How do I get this guy to like me? We do, and he's rejected me. But like, can I? He said it's because I'm fit. Can I lose weight? And will that make him more attractive to me? Blah 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 blah. It's always somebody talking about this man or this woman don't want me. How can I make them want me? And that is wild to me. That is very sad in my mind. That is very, very sad. Why do you want someone to cave? Like, is this the love story you want? I'm sorry. I'm not like dragging anybody, by the way, who that's your experience. I am a little bit, but what is it about like you're not my first choice, you're not my second choice, but it's been 4 years and you've been asking me, so sure, let's do it. I have no idea what it is that makes someone like, yes, I did it. I got in a relationship with them. Let me pull this up because y'all don't believe me. It's okay though. I'm gonna provide you some proof. I'm gonna provide you some proof. Because this man's wedding vows went viral. This man said, "You're not the most beautiful. You're not the smartest. You're not the da 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 da. You're not my first pick. I would have never picked you. Like I never would have thought in a million years. But you know what? We're here, so let's do it." That was his wedding vows. I'm looking for them, and why can't I find them? Let me see. This man said, and he was a relationship coach. That's what I need to search. Relationship coach, dating, wedding vows. Here it is. And look at this beautiful woman. Can we point out, like, I had to go and see who this man got up on here and said, "You're not the most beautiful. You're not the smartest. You certainly don't shave your legs every day like most women do, and you don't take care of yourself. But you know what? You're mine." All right, let's see. Life coach Solomon Bucci gets blasted after his description of his wife, Arike Adiola, goes viral. You're not the most beautiful woman. Neither are you the most intelligent. Let's read. Solomon Bucci believes honesty is the key to a healthy marriage. Let's pause. I do not believe men who say this. I do not believe men, whenever men say something about honesty, brutal honesty, it doesn't matter, I'm just being honest. I feel like they intentionally want to hurt someone, because I feel like it is not uncommon for men to talk about being nagged or a wife coming to them talking about something that they did wrong and they feel like they are being pressured or something like that. So I feel like brutal honesty, like, let's go back to the woman who for 4 years like was chasing this man who didn't want her. Do we feel like men would, if women were honest with men, this is my belief, right? I have no proof for this. Please don't take this with any credibility at all. If women were honest with men about dating, I think a lot of women would say what my friend says sometimes about the men that she's with. Oh, I wasn't attracted to him at all, but eventually, 3 months into the dating, I kind of saw it a little bit, and so we dated a little more. Then I fell in love. Then I found him. Like, I feel like men wouldn't like to learn that if someone dated them and was not attracted to them at all, and you don't have the biggest PP, you're certainly not the tallest man, you're certainly not the, like, would men like this if this was the way that dating was from women? I don't believe so. So I don't understand why they say brutal honesty and blah blah blah, stuff like that. But he said he believes honesty is the key to a healthy marriage. On Sunday, July 24th, life coach Solomon Bucci took to Facebook to share his version of a heartfelt message dedicated to his wife, Arike Adiola. He included images of his spouse and a long caption. And in a long caption said, "You're not the most beautiful woman, neither are you the most intelligent woman, but like I've chosen to never find perfection in anyone else, I put my gaze on you, and with that commitment, we would mold ourselves for ourselves." He continued, our perfection is in our commitment. Stating that you're not the most beautiful or intelligent might sound like it's not a compliment, yeah, but it's a realistic base for real love. Acknowledging that my woman isn't the best, but I'm not looking for the best. I was looking for you, and I found you. There is no best. There's just someone that you choose, and you see the best in them. This to me is real love. Not the one that consoles itself in the fake reality that their partner is the most good looking, most intelligent, most successful person in the world. That's disingenuous and doesn't give room for love to thrive. I love you. I'm committed to you. I miss you so much, but my love for you is stronger than distance. What beautiful, like, oh, excuse me, these weren't his wedding vows. I do apologize for the misinformation. This was, I think, a message for his anniversary, if I remember correctly. Or it might have just been, he might have just decided the world needs to know this. So I love that for them. Anyway, back to our lady who slept with the man and she wanted a plan B. And he said, "You have a degree. Why don't you buy it? I don't have any money." Do we have to listen to it again? We might need to
This
listen
kind
to
of
just
shit
a little bit. Let me put it on 1.5.
like this, I'm just gonna tell you some real shit right now, bro. 'Cause this is what I be talking about you and your attitudes on how you is, and you only think about yourself and what you want. You're an educated woman, you got money, you know what I'm saying? All you got to worry about is love and all this shit. Somebody to love you or treat you right.
Okay, we don't need to play the whole thing. Hopefully, your memory is jogged just by that little bit. He goes on, if you just got in here, to say he doesn't have any money, he don't have a degree like she does, he doesn't have a BMW like she does, he can't afford it. Why would you ask me for a plan B? I'm broke, and the only way I would be able to make money is if I sell drugs, and I'm having issues with the police right now because of my car, and they're making me do, and I can't pay for it like you because I'm not rich. He does talk about like his lack of finances and his lack of education a lot, and how much better he thinks she is than him. I believe this is dangerous. I really do believe this is dangerous, because this man is envious. Hold up. Never mind. I'm not going to pull it up. I had a case study. It was a woman who she was congratulating her friend for like getting a graduate's degree or something, and her man was so upset that she was congratulating. She wasn't saying, I love my friend because she's so smart, unlike you don't have any degree at all. She has a master's, she's a PhD, she has all these letters behind her name, and all you have is a birth certificate. She didn't say that. She just got a call from her friend. Her friend said, I got my master's, I did it. And she congratulated her, and the man she was dating got upset that her friend got something and was congratulated for it. I believe, and he went on to unalive her. He burned her and her friend. So I believe these people are dangerous. I believe that they are jealous. Yes, I do believe jealousy breeds abuse or distance. Some people I feel like will act distant too. That's another side of it if they feel jealous of you. But yeah, I don't believe you should be dating anybody who is lower than you socioeconomically, particularly if you're a woman. I feel like the research is clear on that. Now we can get to our good friend Kidology. Let me make this smaller. Kidology has absolutely lost her mind. By the way, don't forget to like the video on your way in, or dislike, I don't care. But in all seriousness, it helps out the algorithm, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Kidology has absolutely lost her mind. I'm not going to explain that at all. We're just going to get right into her video, which will explain it for you. I have watched a lot of this. I haven't watched the full thing, but I watched a lot. And she came out with a part 2. We will not be going through part 2 today. We're going to look at part 1 because I believe this is a valuable case study. What I will do for you all is I will play my intro.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed. I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed.
So, Kidology, I'm pumped up now. I have half of the mics hard in my body. That don't sound right. I have half of the drink I have consumed. And we have the swallowed up that pumped me up. So Kidology decided that she needed to make a video about women and their male friends, and why women are done with their male best friends. I was intrigued. I was very intrigued, actually. And then she decided that for a sort of case, not case study, but sort of a, what is it called? An anecdote. She was going to give her own personal experience. She was going to give her own personal experience of dealing with her male friend and why she believes men and women can't be friends or something like that. So the first half of the video I was expecting. The second half I was not. Let's watch.
This video is very kindly sponsored by Balessa, who with me are doing a massive giveaway of free creators and gift cards. So stay tuned for more.
So let's pause quickly. The rise of sex toy ads on YouTube has to be studied, actually. The rise of sex toy ads on YouTube has to be studied. I have seen, I can't, well, I can think of one creator who doesn't, but I have seen a plethora of people with all types of this company, Adam and Eve, and they're selling this thing. Look at it, and you can twist it, pull it, bop it. It has to be studied. That is all. I won't elaborate further.
You know, before this moment in my personal history, I was very big on the benefits and the advantages of platonic relationships with men. That is, as a woman. In my humble opinion, I think that the best way to bridge divisions, to dispel miscommunications, to establish sympathy with the aliens is to bring them into our personal lives. It's to form.
All right, I already disagree, but I won't. Let's continue.
A personal investment with them is to realize that the aliens aren't so different from us females. Remember, E.T. was a boy. So I found it most enlightening seeing how male-female friendships are perceived online, which is basically always A, men are never friends with women who they don't secretly want to sleep with, or B, women are only friends with men to make higher value men and other women jealous of the male attention they have. And I think with all
one theory she posits is that she sees online is men and women can't be friends because men are always plotting in the friend zone, so they're just trying to get sex or a relationship under the guise of friends. That sounds very familiar to me. That sounds like a well-known, documented thing that everyone has talked about for a very long time. The other theory she posits, well, not theory, the other type she posits is women are only friends with men so that they can have high value men around and make other people jealous that they have a high value man around. Is wild. I have never heard that in my life. What I have heard, the opposing side says women are they only have male friends and they're using them for quote relationship labor, but not giving them the relationship benefits, i.e., they might have a guy friend and need help building a bookshelf or moving furniture. For some reason, these are the two examples that I always see. She's going to call you over to move a bookshelf, but she's not going to kiss you or have sex with you or whatever else, right? To them, friends don't like help each other. Only boyfriend and girlfriend do that. So in their mind, the girl is asking them to do boyfriend things, but they don't get the boyfriend benefit, which they say is sex. That's what I've heard. I have not heard women keep men around for high value. Oh, well, at least one person in the chat said it's familiar. That is not my ad. And no, because it's not. Let's pause. Because when I brought up the sex toy ads, let me be clear. Kidology did not just play an ad on her page. I don't get ads, first of all. I have YouTube Red, Premium, whatever it's called. Kidology did not play an ad from an advertiser. Kidology presented whatever that thing was at the beginning, the toy or whatever. And that's what I'm talking about. That does not target people. That does not target people. Yes, she was sponsored. Exactly. She was sponsored. Thank you. The sponsors. This is not, I am not targeted with any ads for any type of toy that you can twist, pull it, bop it, or anything like that. So y'all are not going to put that on me. It was very important that we took time to address that. Now let's go back, because maybe I misheard
B, women are
because she said A and B, and I understood A but not B.
females. Remember, E.T. was a boy. So I found it most enlightening seeing how male-female friendships are perceived online, which is basically always A, men are never friends with women who they don't secretly want to sleep with, or B, women are only friends with men to make higher value men and other women jealous of the male attention they have. And I think with all...
Okay. No, it don't make sense. I'm sorry. This does not make sense to me. I'm trying to make it make sense. Women are only friends with men so that they can get the attention. They can make high value men jealous of the male attention they get. No, this don't make sense to me. I'm sorry. We can just move forward. Let me find out y'all are keeping me around to make the high value men jealous. I would love for that to be real, but I feel like it's not.
Of this in mind, I have been seeing a lot of videos lately of young women especially, but also just women in general, being done with their male friends and ending their male friendships for good. They've purged these male friends from their lives and they're ultimately done with the shenanigans of male-female friendships.
I had a long-term friendship with a man yesterday, and the argument started because he said to me, Victoria, I feel like you don't like me because I'm a man. And I said, I don't dislike you because you're a man. I dislike you because of what you do because you're a man. I then felt comfortable with maybe expressing that I felt extremely unsafe this one particular period of time, where there was a creep in my comments who was making extremely uncomfortable comments about me, to which I responded by blocking him. And my friend came to that man's defense by saying, oh, but he was just saying what we think on the inside. Which, by the way, if you don't know the difference between thinking something and saying something, it's called self-control, being aware of your filters. And I was like, that's a huge red flag because one, I am your friend and he is a stranger. And the fact that you empathize with a stranger over me is telling.
I have lost 100% of the guy friends who have said they liked me. Seriously, not a single guy friend that I've had in all my years that has confessed to me, I am still friends with. Some guys think, oh yeah, like girls, they know. Yeah, we know, and we're not going to say anything because as soon as we acknowledge it, as soon as that secret's out in the open, that friendship is over. Like if you tell me that you like me and I don't like you back, it seems selfish and inconsiderate for me to just keep being friends with you and just acting normal when I know that you want something more. So
I just wanted to pause and say, I think it is statistically true, not just from these two anecdotes. I'm looking at it on a different screen now to jog my memory because I can't quite remember. It's been a while since I looked at this, but I'm pretty sure it is statistically true that opposite gender friendships are declining. I think friendship is declining generally, especially amongst young men, but opposite gender friendships as well. So this would be statistically correct.
thing to do feels like to give you your space so that you can move on. And it's always very sad. We're friends, and then they either tell me they like me or somehow it gets out, and then we both sort of have to acknowledge it. And oftentimes there's a period where they either ignore me or they ghost me, or in some cases they start getting really mean. And then we just don't really talk anymore, and you just kind of become very cordial with each other. I think this is just like something that happens to girls that people don't really talk about.
So considering the wizard Liz has decided to misuse YouTube's copyright system and copyright claim my latest video, I've decided to do a personal one because I do not have the mental strength nor the amount of savings to deal with such nonsense anymore. Yeah, I really do miss these videos of just a story time, just talking to you about my life and something that has happened or my personal history. I know that at the moment, for some reason, oversharing is very not trendy. Oh well, I find it very cathartic. And you know what else I find cathartic? Vibrators. And thanks to Balesa sponsoring today's video, you can also find vibrating catharsis and signing up to my exclusive giveaway. I am absolutely thrilled to be working with Balesa again because I am a huge believer in sexual expression and sexual wellness, and Balesa is all of that. Balesa is a bi-woman company with an emphasis on empowering everybody and anybody to explore.
I thought we already got the advertisement. I thought we were done.
Or embrace and
I'll let it play through on silent so we can give the advertisers, I'm pretty sure when they sponsor your video, they want you to talk about it. Look, it's a pebble. I don't know what that is. It didn't look like a pebble to me, but they want you to watch it because sometimes they collect those metrics and they say, oh, this creator played our ad and everybody watched it for so long. We're going to give them more money and we're going to play more ads for them. So I'm just letting it play through because I feel like it would be good for a Black woman. She does not identify. Well, I don't know if she identifies as Black now, but a Black woman to get her coin.
Whole intensities that you can choose from, actually. Setting number 1 does it for me personally, but if you are a Ferrari down there,
setting number 1 does it for her personally. We unmuted at the good time.
Design of its case, I think its case, which is also rechargeable, is just as lovely. And as I said, this case is not only discreet, it is also rechargeable. Its materials are also waterproof.
What is this? What is this? This looks like, what is that thing? Is it concealer, that the powder thing? Y'all know what I'm talking about? I don't know makeup. This cannot be. What are y'all doing? Are y'all powdering something? I'm confused, actually. I should have listened. It's my fault. We played it without volume.
So enjoy. So if you want to get your hands on one of these beautiful Lush toys, then use my link down in the description box to get yourself a free gift card or a...
Kidology has a link in her video if you would like to get you some stuff with her link, or leave a like on her video if you like, go over there and give her engagement since we're playing it.
free toy. And this isn't a catch at all. I actually signed up to one of these on one of my favorite YouTubers, Megan Ann's channel, a little while back, and I got myself a gift card and got myself another toy. So it was great. Everybody wins something as long as you use my unique link. Thank you so very much to Balesa for sponsoring this video and for supporting the channel. And thank you to you for supporting Balesa, which then results in these opportunities for me. Not only do I hope, but I know that you will enjoy your gift card and your toy. And now let's get back to this story time, because I can tell you after relaying this.
The thing is, didn't she show toys for women? And I feel like her audience would be men generally. Where are the... I don't know what toys men use, because y'all know they say I'm not a real man every time I come out here in the manosphere. So I don't know what toys they use, but those don't look like the toys I would expect guys to use. But maybe like gender fluid is like, I don't know. Maybe like we're crisscrossing and people are using the toys that you wouldn't expect them to use. I have heard about where the G-spot is for men, so it's possible, is all I'm saying.
I'm going to need some vibrating catharsis.
Perfect timing. Hold up. Have y'all watched my latest short? Because Drake got dissed by Universal Studios. Never mind, I'm not going to pull it up because it actually might be copyright. So never mind. Just know you need to watch my short after this because Drake just got dissed by Universal Studios.
Thanks, I hope you enjoyed that. Now, one thing that you need to know about me is that I have found it incredibly difficult to make friends since moving to the UK. I went from being incredibly popular and people like me and having friends and all of that, yada, 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 to not having any friends. And so it has been very, very difficult for me to make friends and, more importantly, to sustain long-term friendships. And
you know what I would be interested in? The only thing I know about Kidology experience in South Africa has to do with her grandparent in the lynching or something depicted on the wall and what he said about black people and not liking them or something. And then she had some black maids and stuff. I would be actually interested in what her friendships were like in South Africa, personally.
After this whole situation, I am more inclined to believe that my not having a lot of friends here and finding it very difficult to make friends here is actually more so a blessing than a curse. I recently got broken up with by my best male friend, Lachlan. And I think our friendship and the very toxic and vicious love triangle that it turned into really demonstrates the distinction between a good friendship and a bad friendship. It feels very strange to say that I just got broken up with by Lachlan when it wasn't a romantic relationship, but I do think that we don't really talk a lot about how painful the end of
Ain't no way we can't discern that she's social awkward AF. Think about her audience, though. Her audience might not be... I feel like Kidology's audience is mostly men based on what I've seen in the comments and what she said about her metrics, but that was like a very long time ago. I feel like they wouldn't know. Because I feel like her fans would be like the man that she describes in this video. So I'll just let it play.
Of a friendship can be, how ending a friendship, when it does end, especially when it is definitively ended and doesn't just sort of wither out over time, how difficult that can be. And I think because these are the most common relationships in our life, it seems bizarre to me how we don't actually pay more heed and attention and concern to the end or the breakup of friendships. It's really sad, actually. Now, there is so much on reflection, going through this on my own and also going through this with a therapist, that has made me realize that our entire friendship from the get-go was entirely manufactured by Lachlan. None of it was...
Let's pause. What she just said, I think, is very important. I'm going to take a note and we'll come back to that. I'm not going to pause too long, though. The Mike's Hard wasn't doing it for me. So I got a daily. I just wanted y'all to know this is a live stream where you're supposed to have something on the side to drink. So hopefully you guys brought that. Liquor only, like alcohol only. I don't want you guys drinking like water or something. So we're going to be drinking a daily firework frozen cocktail. Love dailies. I have no idea what flavor firework is. I don't believe men should design flavors or scents generally. I don't understand why. You know what? Let me take this off the screen. This is actually a whole rant I have. I don't understand why when I go to the women's aisle for deodorant, for lotion, for soap, lavender, cocoa butter, shea butter, mango butter. What is mango butter? Don't know. They have almond butter. They have all sorts of, they have some mint. anything that you can think of, they have that scent. It's all natural scents. It's stuff that you can go outside and you can pick these flowers and smell them. That's what the lotion smells like. And you can go and look at they have documentaries where they show you how they extract the oil and turn it into the butter, the shea butter, and that's where the smell, like, you can find these products naturally in the environment and they smell very great. But when you go to the men's aisle, again, women's deodorant, vanilla lavender, shea butter, unscented, men's deodorant, sports car, Bear. Remember the Old Spice Bear Glove or something like that? Bear Glove, Tiger Paw, Monster Truck, Sports Mode. What is this? What is this smell? What am I washing myself with? What is sports car? What cologne is sports car? What is that? What is the smell of sports car? New car smell. Let me see if I can find this, because I swear there was a shampoo that said new car smell. Hold up. Not shampoo, a body wash. New car smell body wash. Where is this? They're not going to show it to me. I'm looking for it so desperately. I swear I saw this in Walmart in the men's aisle. New car smell. Anyway, I'm just saying I don't understand why men's deodorant is named after like nitro, turbo, car exhaust. Why is it named after cars or animals that don't look like they smell very good, or like concepts that we don't know about? Like, what is super stud? What does that smell like? Anywho, rant over. My apologies, because it was actually not that important. I don't even know why I went on this rant. I have no idea what I was actually talking about. Oh, the daily. The flavor is fireworks. I don't know what flavor that is, but we're gonna learn today.
Was organic. None of it was just circumstantial.
Fireplace. Leather. That's another leather. Yes. Patriarchy sense. Thank you. This is what men feel like women want. This is what men feel. Because let me go on another one real quick. So let's talk about men who think they know what women want, right? Let's look at the Hulk. Let's quickly look at the Hulk. No, let's look at Superman. I feel like Superman is a better example. Everybody knows Superman. Not everybody knows the Hulk. So when I look at men drawing men, I feel like men are drawing what they fantasize about, what they find powerful and awesome. This man has an amount of abs that should not be physically possible on a person. There is muscle on top of muscle. Here's Henry Cavill. Y'all know he takes steroids. Allegedly he takes steroids. Allegedly, people in Hollywood generally, especially men who get on these certain roles where they're supposed to be superheroes, are encouraged to take steroid and try to get their body huge and hulking so that it looks like a superhero, right? But then when we look at women drawing men, right? I want you guys to, first of all, put your drawers back on. Second of all, I feel like there are softer features. It's not like, let's go back to Superman. This does not look soft to me. This looks like if I run into this man on the street by accident, it will feel like I just ran into a brick wall, right? But when women draw men, I feel like it tends to be softly drawn. I'm not going to pull up the other images because I feel like Kidology is talking about sex toys, and now I'm bringing up these images on the screen, and I don't want your mind at a certain place. So we'll skip it. But I'm just saying, because you said patriarchy sense, maybe this is why the deodorant for men smell how they smell, because they think girls want to smell an awesome sports car body wash, bear tackle deodorant. I don't know.
Stance, or that this just happened because this just happened. I was duped and I let myself be duped. And so this is a
Sandalwood. Now, what y'all are going to stop doing, y'all are going to stop putting the names of these, y'all going to stop putting the names of these male deodorants in the chat. Y'all are not going to put the name of these male deodorants in the chat. That's what you're not going to do. Mahogany teak wood. Y'all are not about to put these male. Actually, I have some mahogany teak wood lotion. I actually like how it smells. But other than that,
a lesson to all of you to just be wary of the Lachlan's of the world, and to also be wary of yourself when you encounter the Lachlan's of the world, because I did some damn stupid things. Okay, we will get into all of that. The whole friendship, I realized, started from a place of parasociality and limerence, and I'll explain what limerence is in due course, because I think some context is needed for that. But I think it would be good to detail this very interesting little story in a series of lessons about what to look for and signs to look for in a bad friendship. I call this series of lessons why your male best friend never was and never will be your friend. Number one, your first meeting was meticulously orchestrated. Picture this: you get an
let's pause. I'll let her finish first, then I'll talk.
email from a man called Lachlan, who is an art lover and has city connections. And he knows by perusing your social media that you like a particular...
No, this is not funny, Miss B, because I know for certain when I look at those smells, they say clean linen specifically. They do not say linen, they say clean linen. The idea that there is something that smells like linen and not clean linen specifically implies that whatever body wash or whatever they use is gonna smell like whatever. You can't convince me otherwise. Apologies.
person that he knows personally. Lachlan then tells you that this person knows you, they know your work, and they really want to meet you. Now, obviously, I didn't think anything of this at the time. I just wanted to meet this particular person because I am a huge fan of this particular person. So I was like, sure. But then, lo and behold, you meet this person and something is a bit off. What I really noticed was that this person actually didn't know who I was. They didn't want to meet me. This wasn't like some reunion of like mutual minds or anything. They honestly didn't really know who, actually, they didn't know who I was, like, at all. Okay. They didn't know who I was. In fact, when you ask them further questions,
you know what's interesting? Didn't Kidology say there's a stereotype that women put themselves around men so that they can get the attention of high value men? But it feels like the man in this story who reached out to Kidology and said, oh my God, I know this dude who apparently Kidology was a fan of or something. I don't know if he's famous. I feel like it's literally the opposite. I feel like men are using their male friendships or associations with, like, y'all remember Steven, right? Steven gonna get me in the club. I'm gonna go ahead and let y'all know. Steven, if I can't get in the club, I'm calling Steven and he gonna walk in the club with me and then he gonna leave and go home because he didn't want to be there in the first place. But I absolutely believe men are going to use their male friend to try to get some attention from somebody or to get in somewhere.
they tell you that they didn't know who you were until Lachlan mentioned you and kept going on and on about you to them.
That's suspicious.
Yeah.
That's weird.
They don't actually know or particularly like you, but you are a very nice person and they are very happy to have met you. Now, importantly, I only met Lachlan in the flesh on 2 occasions for a total of 10 hours face to face. 10 hours we met in the flesh, us together talking one-on-one. I was in a major British city. He offered to be my host while I was there, and it all went very smoothly, swimmingly, in fact. We spoke about books. We spoke about the Smiths. We went and saw a very beautiful chapel. It was all very lovely, all very quaint, all very sort of touristy, person going about a part of the city, looking, umming and ahhing, having a nice time with a tour guide, essentially. And when I left, I was very much under the impression that this was the end of things, that this was ultimately just like sort of a professional encounter and relationship, just him being somebody who wanted to connect me with somebody, and that was that. And so I really didn't think I was ever going to see him again, to be honest. And I was right. I never saw him again in person. And oh, if only things could have ended there. The second reason why your male friend never was and never will be your friend is because he tells you one thing and does.
Kidology didn't go into that enough for me. Her entire meeting with this man was orchestrated. She thought, I believe this happens a lot, by the way, based on some of the Reddit posts I've seen online. Reddit posts are not data. Please do not take what I'm saying as data. Please do not take my word as if this is like stands in for actual research around this topic. It's all kinds of people on Reddit who talk about, I walked past the coffee shop. This is my third time in the coffee shop. I feel like the fourth time it would be appropriate to ask for her. Like, it's a whole, what did Kidology say? Orchestrated. It is orchestrated. It is entirely orchestrated. Oh my God, we met. Everything was so cool. He knew my favorite flowers. He knew my favorite food. Everything just went so perfect. And the whole time he's who's that guy from that show? Y'all know the show? You? Can I pull it up? Can I pull up an image? We're gonna find out. Because every time I type in you, it auto fills in YouTube and then it takes me to YouTube. So do y'all know this man? Do y'all know this show? You Soldier Boy, tell him. So the whole time you thinking, oh my God, this is such a perfect meeting. Literally everything that could go right went right. He got me this flower and I'm like, oh my God, that's my favorite flower. And he's like, what? That's crazy. Maybe we're just really aligned or something. Maybe the charisma's just there. And the whole time this man then did a whole Google search, background search. He didn't look at your Facebook. He didn't reverse search your name, put it into True People search, find out your address and where you live. And he go and look at your Facebook and he sees that your father just passed away. So he on the date talking about, have you ever lost someone important to you? And now y'all talk about your dad and you're getting emotional and he's just there for you. Like, I feel like the whole thing, this is a whole field that I believe needs study. I believe this needs study. Happened in the series Harlem too. Kidology did not talk about that enough for me. The idea that someone would orchestrate your first meeting and one party believes that this is completely innocent and the other party is like, that is so malicious. That is malicious. And you can't convince me otherwise. But it's okay. Let's continue.
Something else. 6 days pass since he has been my host in this major British city. And I, on the 6th day, get a message. Hey Z. I'm going to read all of this very dramatically because this really builds up to the drama and the melodrama of this entire situation that I think really needs to be brought home from the beginning of the story time. Hey Z. I don't know whether it's right to send this message or not, but I guess it's a mistake I'm willing to make. In so many words, Lachlan says that he wants to get to know me better. But importantly, he also tells me that he appreciates that we live on completely opposite sides of the country. And so he isn't looking for a romantic relationship, at least not immediately, and not in the conventional sense of dating. That is, our dating wouldn't be a long distance situationship. It would be more of a just getting to know each other and seeing where things go. Now, I'm not one for rejecting people because rejection and
I feel like he just want to have sex or romance. Hey, I just want to be friends. Maybe we can see where it goes. I feel like you want to date then. You want to date. You don't want to be friends. Or maybe I misunderstood her because it feels like she said, hey, we're long distance right now and I don't want to do a long distance relationship. So like, I'm not trying to do that. We could just be friends. And you know, if something develops, blah, 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 blah. But maybe I'm misunderstanding.
And abandonment is quite literally the story of my life. And so it is the thing that gives me the least pleasure. And I fortunately have not found myself in that situation, except in this one example. Based on everything that he said about not wanting this to be a romantic situation in the conventional sense, or for this to be a casual relationship, or for this to be some kind of alternative relationship, or what have you, that this was just about getting to know each other ultimately, I was perfectly okay with doing that. Personally,
Kidology made the fatal mistake of trusting men. So this is funny. I said this, I think, yesterday to some people, but me and my friend had an argument over Shira 7 or Sinji or somebody because my friend was taking their dating advice. And I was like, this is malicious. How could you do this? How could you be out here manipulating these people like this, blah, blah, blah. And she said, this is like how men date. It is, I don't want to play this game of trying to gauge this and blah, 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 blah. I would love to be like straight up and upfront and honest and like everything just is fine. But that's not usually how it goes. Usually I'm being lied to or that person's trying to manipulate, blah, 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 blah. Remember, Kidology just said this man orchestrated their entire first meeting. So she might have been going in here just the most honest person and oh, well, he said he doesn't want to be in a relationship. He just wants to be friends. And, yeah, sure. Usually I wouldn't do this, but because he said that, blah, 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 blah. Like my friend said, it would be so nice to be able to go in here and listen to what someone's saying and take that at face value and not have to play these games that people play when they're dating. But she doesn't have a choice, because if she does that, she's going to be a lamb to the slaughter. That is what she said. I will be a lamb to the slaughter. Somebody gonna say, I'm looking for a long-term relationship, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna have sex with them and they're gonna disappear the next day. So now I have to, I don't have sex for 3 months to see if they are going to stay. And if they do stay, blah, 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 blah. My friend got whole mechanisms when it comes to dating. And I was like, I don't like that. And she was like, well, this is what I deal with. And I was like, oh, okay, I understand. I'm sorry, it just happened so fast. I don't know. I just got nervous. Could we meet? This the text you're gonna get at 3 a.m. So this person is like so in love with you, wants to be in a relationship with you. Y'all have sex, they disappear. And now, like, you texting weeks later, what happened? Like, I thought, blah, blah, blah. Why did you ghost me? Oh my God, I'm sorry. Everything just happened so fast. And I'm just scared of commitment because my last girlfriend and my dad left me, and maybe we could meet up and we could talk about this in person. This is the text you're going to get at 3 a.m. What you think they want to meet up and do in person at 3 a.m.? And then they're going to do exactly what they did on the first date again. Anyway, let's continue.
I've only met this guy twice. I spent a maximum of 10 hours with him. I had absolutely no qualms with getting to know him a bit better. I'm actually delighted to, because our first meeting was actually a really nice meeting. I importantly asked him for clarification because I didn't at that point really understand what he was trying to say. On the one hand, he was saying that he wants to get to know me better. And on the other hand, he was saying that
Wait, I have a question. Actually, didn't she say that she met up with the guy who she was a fan of and wanted to meet so bad? And he was like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I never wanted to meet you. What are you talking about? He lied. I feel like from that point, actually, from that, the idea that he reaches out to you and he's like, hey, I know you want to meet this guy and I have connections with him and I want to set you guys up. Maybe it's a little far-fetched that someone would just reach out to you out of the blue for no reason and do that for you. But let's say it happens, right? Maybe he watches her content. He's a fan, so he wants to do this for her since he can. You get out there and that man say, no, I don't know who you are. I don't watch your stuff. What are you talking about? He told you I watch your, I don't, who are you? I don't know you. I don't even remember setting up this meeting. You didn't see before. So after he reached out and he said, I just want to be friends. We're long distance, blah, 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 blah. You weren't thinking, wait, this is the guy who told me that this guy wanted to meet me. And then I met up with him and he was like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. There was no alarm bells.
he isn't looking for a long distance relationship, even though he appreciates that we live on opposite sides of the country. And I do remember saying to him on our first encounter very explicitly that I absolutely hate big cities and I could never live in a big city like the city that he lives in. And I was quite reassured with the clarification that he gave me. He said that he distinguishes between girlfriends and friends, or girls who are friends. That he is not, I repeat, not looking for a long distance thing. He said that he's looking for a girlfriend, but that he liked me enough that he was willing to see where this may potentially go over the long term, even though he wasn't looking for a long distance relationship. I don't know why this didn't sort of spark something in my mind, but anyway, it didn't.
Let me listen to that again.
And he liked me enough that he was willing to see long distance thing. He said that he's looking for a girlfriend, but that he liked me enough that he was willing to see where this may potentially go over the long term, even though he...
I don't know about this. If someone says, I want a girlfriend, and you either aren't interested or it wouldn't work out or whatever, and so they say, okay, well, we can just be friends. I don't know about that. I don't know. That seems... No, it's malicious. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I'm looking for a girlfriend. Oh, I don't do distance and I won't live in a big city. Oh, okay, well, we could just be friends. No.
He wasn't looking for a long distance relationship. I don't know why this didn't sort of spark something in my mind, but anyway, it didn't. And I said, well, that's fine. Thank you for the clarity. Appreciate it. And I would also be very willing to get to know you over a long period of time and very slowly. Now, I didn't see this going anywhere at all. I really did just see this as something of it just getting to know somebody and then ultimately just fizzling out over time, as they all do. And I was perfectly happy to entertain that because honestly, as I said, I don't like doing rejection. I don't do rejection of people. It's really not my forte whatsoever. And I also, at this point, had for about nearly a year been exclusively dating only women. I didn't say this to him because I hadn't said this this to anyone. I have not been open about my sexuality until very recently. Interestingly, he doesn't ask me once what I'm looking for, which is sort of kind of a staple of our friendship. He never asked me about me, and this is very important, especially for the context which I'm about to bring up. I ask him questions like, what is he looking for? What does it to him? I think there's two reasons.
I skipped ahead too far. My bad, guys. I clicked it by accident.
Fine with that. I know where this is heading. At least I think I do. Now, as I want to emphasize, I do not know this guy from the habits which I'm about to bring. I didn't say this to him because I hadn't said this to anyone. I have not been open about my sexuality until very recently. Interestingly, he doesn't ask me once what I'm looking for, which is sort of kind of a staple of our friendship. He never asked me about me, and this is very important, especially for the context which I'm about to bring up. I ask him questions like, what is he looking for?
Okay. Now I'm just trying to read the message. Is this his message or hers? Your honesty and vulnerability was very refreshing and thoughtful, so thank you. I appreciate you wanting to get to know me more too. Thanks also, I think this is her. Thanks also for the further clarification. I am a bit daft though. So do you mean you're looking for a casual relationship via V? I have no idea what that is. Nah, we about to Google it. I don't trust that. I don't trust that.
Vis-a-vis.
Vis-a-vis. Nah, I don't like that. I'm not feeling it.
Vis-a-vis.
No, I don't like that. It looks like it means a face-to-face meeting. Are you looking for a casual relationship vis-a-vis distance, a platonic relationship, friendship, or a short distance thing with someone? I am just curious. This is not an interrogation at all and no judgment. That's a very thick message. My friends don't message me thick messages. They message me like, cool. What you doing? None. Want to hang out? I don't know. Maybe my friends just aren't. Maybe they aren't it. So now we got to get Steve and I, and we got to ask questions because I need to know why I don't get something like this. I feel I'm a good friend.
For what does he want in a relationship? Is he happy with being in a long distance relationship with somebody, or doesn't he want to be in a long distance, etc.? Anyway, one day passes from us establishing the foundation of this very slow getting to know you, that we are going to get to know each other.
To be clear, what just happened is not illiteracy. I specifically rejected that literacy. I looked it up, looked up the pronunciation. I am literate as far as that word is concerned. I know the definition now. I reject it. I refuse.
Then just see what happens. Sure, fine with that. I know where this is heading. At least I think I do. Now, as I want to emphasize, I do not know this guy from Adam. I only know him professionally via email, via him being a tour guide to me. That's pretty much all I know of him. I've spent 10 hours with him, and he's also just told me that he wants to take a long time getting to know me, that he's perfectly happy not doing the conventional getting to know somebody situationship that you have, right? And now he's invited himself, or is trying to invite himself over to my house to stay for the weekend. I do appreciate that he acknowledges that it's probably too soon, but I still
We missed the message. I have to rewind.
thought that this to my house to stay for the week.
This is probably too soon. Kidology uses an Android. What? I'm sorry. I have one too. I don't know why I laughed. I want to be in the club so bad. But anyway, this is probably too soon, but I'll throw it out there. I have a quiet blank at work. Blank, 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 blank. So could I potentially come spend some time with you, the blank, blank, blank? I'd bring my laptop, so if you had work to get on with, then I can do the same. So this don't make sense to me. I don't know why anybody who I just met is asking me to come over and do some work on their laptop or whatever this says. Let me read it one more time. Maybe I'm not understanding. Wait, the week? He said for the week? Hold up. This is probably too soon, but I'll throw it out there. I have a quiet blank at work. Blank. So I could potentially come spend some time with you, the blank. I'd bring my laptop, so if you had work to get on with, then I can do the same. And if you'd be comfortable with me staying over, I can literally sleep on any surface or just bring the blow-up mattress that I have, which is genuinely so comfortable I've needlessly chosen it over my own bed at various times. I don't like this. I don't like someone trying to convince me that they can come sleep on the floor and like walk around in a circle and then sit down like a dog and just be there. He's so comfortable asking it must have worked before. I refuse to entertain that. I refuse to believe this pickup line worked. Does this pickup line work on any of you guys? Hey, I was wondering if I could come over and do some work on my laptop. I'll sleep on the floor. And if you have to work, I'll stay out of the way. I have a blow-up mattress. It's very comfortable. I use it instead of my bed. Is this like, are y'all feeling like, ooh, yes, charisma, come on over here, or no? He needs a place to stay. No, I believe he just want to get in somebody's pants and he don't know how. So he just throwing whatever at the wall. Oh, we can't date. Well, we could be friends and just see where it goes. Anyway, I just happen to be coming that way, 3.5 hours away from where I live, towards that way where nothing's out there where you live. I just happen to be coming that way. You know, I thought we were like really, really good friends. We did have that like one day, remember, where we met? So maybe, I don't know. This man just trying to get in somebody's pants and he's mad that it ain't working.
Weekend. I do appreciate that he acknowledges that it's probably.
I didn't find it weird that he asked to stay over. I found it weird that after, what? Yeah, I went past that too fast. I didn't find it weird he asked to stay over. I find it weird. Am I tripping? Did she say he let her stay over or something like that? Maybe. I don't think so. Kidology? Not. Oh, my bad. I thought this was like a skibbity toilet or something. I didn't find it weird that he asked to stay over. That is weird. That is absolutely weird for somebody you just met. I found it weird that after everything he said about slowly getting to know each other through talking as an antidote to everything he disliked about the rush of modern dating. So he does just want to date, and he's presenting this as an option like, oh, I like to get to know people slow, so I'm actually okay with the distance because we'll slowly get to know each other, as opposed to like rushed modern dating. So she says she found it weird that after he says all this stuff about taking it slow, he wants to sleep over immediately. This man ain't trying to take it slow with nobody. I think he has a fantasy, like maybe some people look at their favorite content creator and they're like, oh my God, I met her in real life and we talked and it was like so amazing and blah, 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 blah. She called it limerence, actually. I'm very proud of that usage of the word. Maybe it's gaining more traction. I love me some limerence. So he's in limerence, I believe, and Kidology seemed to believe. And he just has an infatuation with her. But I believe he just want to put some pee-pee in somebody. I believe he just want to spray on his sports car cologne and go over and have a good time and then probably dip, because like relationships are actually hard outside of just using someone for some want.
Too soon, but I still thought that this was quite interesting on reflection, that this was very much an example of somebody saying one thing and doing another thing. But there was something else very important here that caught my attention, and that was this message. P.S. As redundant and useless as a fart in an empty room is a line worthy of the thick of it. Now, this took me a hot minute to actually understand what was being said here. I had to think for a while. I was thinking, what on earth is this? What are you quoting? Should I know this? Is this from a book? Did we discuss a film or something that I've forgotten that we discussed? Is this some kind of quotation from that? Am I being stupid? And then it hit me.
But of course, everybody has just moved on or doesn't care whatsoever. Going into the new year, these moments will be as redundant and useless as a fart in an empty room.
Now, obviously, I cannot have a problem with somebody watching my videos. That's nonsensical. To have a problem with somebody watching your videos or to think that it's odd, that's nonsensical. I do not have a problem with that in the slightest at all. That's completely fine. Do what you will with your free time. Thank you. What I do find a bit odd is quoting me verbatim and letting me know indirectly that you are watching me. I don't know if this...
Just a tip to anyone wanting to chat up a content creator, do not quote lines from their videos to them. It won't have the desired effect. Oh, it will for me. Y'all, if y'all ever see me in person, I've seen one subscriber in person, and one lives nearby, but we haven't met. They live in New York. But Public only, y'all. I don't meet people privately. You're nasty. But so if you come up to me and you say swallowed up, have you ever been swallowed? Here, let me 1 second, please, because y'all not listening to me.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up.
Yeah, if you come up to me and quote anything from my video, I promise I'm gonna love it. Don't do it to flirt, though. Don't say swallowed up to me to flirt. I promise it won't have the effect.
This is just a
This is also creepy. I mean, it's not creepy for someone to watch your videos, but it's why are you quoting me? Like, I'm not Stephen Hawking. Like, I'm not quotable. I don't like that. I'm sorry.
me thing with this, but I do find that a little bit unsettling. I don't find that terribly, especially for somebody who I don't know at all. Anyway, thanks. Blessings and riches. Lesson number 3. He tells you he loves you. So in the period of under a month, we have a total of 2 Zoom calls. And these are just Zoom calls where we talk about books, about films. We just have very, conversations that are quite sort of pop intellectual conversations, really. Great conversations. Loved having them. Like, don't regret them. We had a good of a time talking.
Something's off. I think her eyebrows are boneless. I'm not sure how to explain exactly. I won't comment on it further. My apologies.
About films. I would call my friendship style very Q&A, and I think that this dynamic works very well for my male friendships, and is why I think I'm quite good with my male friendships. This is because I love asking questions. I really like asking people questions and sort of listening to their answers, digesting them, and then asking sort of follow-up and following questions and leading questions. That's what I like to do. And because of this style of how I do friendships, I find it very easy to notice when somebody doesn't ask me questions back. My friendship
I actually love the wig style. Like, I love this wig style. When I say this wig style, I don't mean this particular style she's wearing, but y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. A black woman in that type of wig, looking like that, that is actually like my type, unfortunately. According to my friend, this is like actually very unfortunate. Soft life, or whatever they say the name of it is.
With Lachlan was very Q&A-esque. I would ask questions, he would give answers, and he very much liked the sound of his own voice. And I did notice, especially when I spoke to my therapist and reflected with.
How do y'all know the word Jonin? Excuse me? Where are y'all from? Let me find out.
My therapist about this friendship, this new friendship that I had, that one thing that was quite dissatisfying to me was that I didn't get any questions asked of me. There were no questions asked about what I liked. There weren't questions asked about what I liked to read, about what I was doing. I would ask a question such as, okay, so what book are you reading at the moment? Because I'm looking for something new to read because I've just finished reading XYZ book. It was a great book. And we spoke a handful of times via message, but not frequently because, as all my friends know.
Thank you for the super chat. Gotta show support. Just woke up. Well, you just woke up into some mess. Welcome. Enjoy the stream.
I am not good at virtual communication. I hate messaging or anything. My phone is purely an iPod. I actually do tell all of my friends the exact same anecdotal story, that if they get kidnapped or if they get arrested and they have one opportunity of escape or they can make one phone call, they must not call me because they will inevitably end up spending either another night in prison or they will end up. And I do definitely think that my lack of virtual communication is why I don't have friends, because I very much depend on that in-person sort of dynamic with people. Very much so. Which is also why, as I said, I was not very hopeful of this friendship sort of like actually progressing into anything big. Now, as I said briefly, I had known by this point that I was interested in women, and I was exclusively, at least for a year up until that point, exclusively dating and pursuing women. I hadn't told anybody about this until I decided that I was going to make a YouTube video just about my thoughts and feelings. And at this point, after we had had these 2 Zoom calls and had known each other for about a month at this point, I thought it was time to tell him this. So I had a feeling that his feelings of getting to know me slowly were progressing, not just because he'd already suggested coming to stay with me for a whole weekend, but because he had made the suggestion again, and because of the conversations that we're having, which, as I said, were very Q&A, me asking him questions and me ultimately turning into some kind of therapist for him. I just...
Ew. Sorry. I'm sorry. That was very rude. I apologize. When she said turning into a therapist for him, it just came out. I do apologize. I think that was very rude. Asking to stay the night after she already rejected that notion once. I don't like that.
Logically deduced that inevitably I thought that his feelings were probably not platonic, but now romantic. I had to nip this in the bud pretty quickly. I was running out of excuses and I really was just getting a bit uncomfortable. So I wrote my own long message. So it was a long message of explaining things and some personal things about medicine, that I was on depression or yada, 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 all of that. Not very interesting. But this is, I think, the most important part to know. At the end of my message explaining my sexuality, I had the following to say. This is cliche, but I do genuinely mean it when I say that I greatly value this getting to know you situationship that we found ourselves in here. But I do want to be transparent before letting this go further, which would, with all the clarity I've gotten in the past few days, be unfair to you. I'm also sorry and understand completely if you don't want to be friends after this. Most importantly, I just really do hope, and I'm sure that you will find what you want romantically. I just don't see myself as a person who's going to bring that into your life. And for that, I'm really sorry. Anyway, I don't feel very comfortable messaging about these kinds of things. So if you'd like to have a Zoom call to talk or clear anything up, I'm home most evenings this week. And so we...
Damn. Hey, listen, buddy, you're not that guy. I just want to let you know because you started to feel like you were these past few days. So just letting you know you're not that guy. And I'm not that girl for you. Anyway, let's talk on Zoom about it. That is wow. That is a wild statement. You talk on Zoom instead of sending someone a text message. Well, I don't know why people talk on Zoom. I would just talk on the phone. Maybe they don't have phone service in the UK. I have no idea. But Brexit, right? Maybe they like can't use any of the cellular services that all of the other countries use because now they Brexited, so they can only use their service and it's bad. Or so I don't know. I don't know what's going on in the UK. Why wouldn't you call and say this? That is wild. That is wild. So do you want to have a Zoom call to discuss the these messages? I mean, I actually don't think that's too outlandish. I feel like I do that with my friends. They might send a long message and then we speak about it. That was just funny for me to read. You are not that guy. I don't know what you are thinking. Importantly, she said that if you don't want to be friends after this, notice how she gives him like options: sympathy, understanding, tries to be gentle. What is it called when it's the ending of something and you need that closure, an option for closure? Hey, do you want to have a Zoom call to discuss this? Last thoughts and stuff like that. I feel like she was giving this man everything he needed to be successful in life, and he just took it and threw it all away. But we're not to that part yet. This is not an email, I think. I think it's a message. Let's see what he will do.
Comfortable messaging about these kinds of things. So if you'd like to have a Zoom call to talk or clear anything up, I'm home most evenings this week. And so we scheduled a Zoom call for the following week. And apparently this didn't hurt his feelings at all. In fact, he told me that he wasn't heavily invested at all in our relationship being romantic.
He lying. Who said it earlier? Negging. What are you talking about? I would never think about being in a relationship with you. I'm like, totally don't even care. I don't know. I feel like if somebody acting like they don't care, they do. Just be honest with your feelings. That really upsets me. I really envisioned us together and like this is shattering, but I understand. Blah, 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 blah. Why do people do this? Schedule, yes. Again, not illiteracy. I reject it.
Whatsoever, that this was all just a getting to know you sort of thing, that this was ultimately about friendship, and that was it. I felt so stupid because in my mind I'd really gotten this idea that, you know, because of how things had gone so well in the past few weeks of us talking, especially with the 2 Zoom calls that we had, that this really did mean something big to him. And he even clarified this in a message a little bit later. When I mentioned at the start, that is, of our Zoom call, that I wasn't heavily invested, just to clarify, I am indeed heavily invested in our friendship and the connection I have with you. You mean a lot to me, honestly, more than anybody has in a long while. I just meant that I wasn't heavily invested in only one idea of us as a romantic couple, to the extent of only wanting that and nothing else. I'm sure you got that anyway. I just hope it didn't come across as me saying it's fine, I didn't care that much anyway, because that is untrue. But that message gave me such relief. I was like, okay, it's fine. Men and women can be friends. It's good. This is good. His response was just so understanding, so cordial. I was like, yes, this is what I need. This is what everybody needs in a friend. Oh, I was so wrong. Now, a whole month passed. We didn't have any Zoom calls. We only spoke to each other a maximum of twice a week via message, just sharing passages from books or from films that he wanted me to watch, that sort of thing. Importantly, during this time, he went abroad. And so obviously we were living our very separate lives. Now, out of the blue, and I mean literally out of the blue, a whole month has passed. I have not spoken to him, like aside from him sending me a song that he wanted me to listen to, me saying, nice song, that's great, hope you're doing well, check in later. Nothing else. We said nothing else. So this is completely out of the blue. I get a 7-minute voice message. Now, at times like these when
I want to hear that voice message so bad. I want to hear it so bad. 7 minutes, 1 month of no talking. I want to know exactly what he said. I hope she posted.
I wish that I had a moral compass that was a little bit more shaky than what it is, and that I could actually just play this voice message because it is a work of art, okay? It's beautiful. Picasso could never, but alas, that is sadly not going to happen. But I can tell you some of the very interesting things that he said. Basically, Lachlan told me that his romantic feelings had actually grown a lot stronger since I had told him about my sexuality. He found himself thinking about me all day. Even though he didn't want to send this voice message, he simply had to send it. Even though he accepts the answer that I have given him. There's nothing more that he wants to do.
Ever since you told me you were a lesbian, my feelings for you grew stronger is wild. What? Y'all are not living in the same reality I am living in. This is the Lulu land. I don't know what reality he is in. It is not the plane of existence I'm on. We are all fourth dimensional here. I don't know what he's on. It can't be 4D. It can't even be 3D. She won't play it because it's his voice. You better put it in that. TikTok got voice changers. We need to hear it, I feel like, because I think it will only solidify her points. Like, let's look at this from an academic perspective. We need to personify what we are listening to, right? The video essay needs to be personified with a real world example, a voice example, so that we can put ourselves in her shoes. We cannot do that without the voice example, right? So we have to look at this from a scholarly perspective. But you a lesbian now and my feelings are stronger is a wild statement to make. That it feels disgusting to me because it feels almost fetishizing, but also this is something that's selfish to do. That voice recording should have stayed in your notes or somewhere, because this, let me see. If someone is a victim to you, I'm not saying he victimized her. I'm just looking at a certain theory, not theory. What is it called? I was looking into this, but it's like if you victimize someone and you want to come to them and like lay out your apology, it doesn't feel like you're doing this for them. It feels like you're doing it for you. Like, I did this bad thing to you and I feel so bad, and I know that you're not going to like this apology, but I just needed to tell you. It feels like this probably should have just stayed in the postulate. Nah, y'all know more words than I do. Maybe illiterate was the correct word to use earlier. Apologies, Deandra. So maybe postulate. I don't know. Should I Google it? Yes. Postulate. Postulate.
Postulate.
Why Google voice sound like that?
Postulate.
I ain't never heard that voice line Google before. That don't make no sense. To suggest or assume the existence of something. A thing suggested or assumed as true as the basis of reasoning, discussion, or belief. Nope, I'm still lost. I don't know how that relates. Anywho, I feel like this is selfish. When you go to someone and lay your heart down at their feet like this, I believe it's selfish generally, and you're doing this for your benefit and not for them. So yeah.
He simply had to send it, even though he accepts the answer that I have given him. There's nothing more that he wants to do.
He doesn't accept it because he sent that message.
Than to be with me in the same space, to come and stay with me in my house. I'm sorry, I just have to smile through the pain and the melodrama. And even though this
Wait, what? To come and do what? Hold up.
Be with me in the same space, to come and stay with me. It's the answer that I all day. Even though he didn't want to send this voice message, he simply had to send it, even though he accepts the answer that I have given him. There's nothing more that he wants to do than to be with me in the same space, to come and stay with me in my house. I'm sorry, I just have to smile through the pain and
So this don't sound like somebody just want to put their wee inside. Oh my God, I know that like you don't want me, but I just feel like we need to be in the same house, in the just in the bed together. just laying down side by side. Like, we don't have to do anything, but I just need to like be in the space with you, existing within the context of everything that came before. Where's Kamala? Let me put her on screen, because I already know who I'm about to vote for. Kamala said, you exist within the context, and I need to understand what she's saying.
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
So her mother, this is where she got it from.
You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Now, is she just lying here? Her mother did not say this to her when she was a kid. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree. Let me tell you something, Kamala, 6 years old. You exist within the context of all that. You are not about to sit here and convince me that anybody's parents sat down and had talked to them like this. Her Indian mother. I don't believe it. I don't believe is that Indian culture? Do they talk about existing within the context? Y'all are not going to convince me. You can go try and convince somebody else.
And even though in this voice message, he told me that he accepts the answer that I gave him, that he knows my answer. Am I sure? Was my appraisal of myself correct? He said that I have been nothing more than kind and understanding to him. But still, am I sure? Now, I think the finale.
Are you sure you're lesbian? Like, did you... Maybe we should test the theory. I feel like I should just come over to your house and we should he want to get over to this girl house so bad. He wants to get over to that house so bad. He ain't talked about nothing else since they've been friends. Oh my God, I'm coming that way. Maybe I could stay at your house. Oh my God, like, do you think I'm gonna come that way again? You know, later this month, maybe I can stay at your house. Wow, you're lesbian. Maybe I can stay at your house. I just feel like I want to stay at your house. I don't know. Like, I'm just floating the idea out there. This man ain't talked about a single thing besides coming to that house. And I know he hasn't talked about anything because Kidology said he don't talk about nothing but himself and asking to come over to the house several times. He said we need to test that theory. That is so disrespectful. Maybe you need to go sleep with a man, sir, and figure out what you like. If you think somebody's sexuality need to be tested, that don't make sense to me. I ain't never heard a man say that. Maybe you just haven't had the right dick yet. Well, sir, maybe you haven't. Maybe you need to do some exploring. Kidology mentioned some sex toys in the beginning. That's a good start. And you get a discount if you go through her link on her channel.
Of this voice message is perhaps the most important aspect of it. This is a direct quote. I will get over this because people do every day, but I'm not in a mad rush to get over it or to exercise it like it's some kind of demon. Now, brethren, I'm looking at you because I'm building this parasociality, okay? Because, you know, this is clearly all that I'm worth. If you're in love with somebody and they don't reciprocate your feelings and you still want them in your life as a friend, you need to get over your feelings as quickly, as rapidly as possible. It is so unhealthy, but also so selfish to the object of your desires to just wallow in those feelings, and especially to let them know that you are not going to try to get over your feelings for them, that you're not going to try to like sort of exercise them. You're not in a mad rush or whatever he said. Because I'm in a much better place mentally right now, and we will get into that because that is very crucial context. I didn't realize how unhealthy, how toxic, and I hate using this word, but it's a perfect description of this. I did not realize how unhealthy and how toxic this was. And I also did.
This is for the people who were saying, Kidology, how you didn't see the red flags, blah, 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 blah. She says she was not in a good state of mental well-being for this time, which I guess you will get into later in the video. But also, completely agree with everything she said regarding if you have feelings for your friend and they don't reciprocate, and you need to get over that speedily and not like, oh, well, I'm in no hurry to get over it. I want to sit and relish in the feel. Like, no. Either you want those feelings or you want the friendship. I'm not going to make you choose. But I am. Choose. Ultimatum. Which one? I'm not going to make you choose, but you do have to make a choice.
didn't realize how, as I said, selfish this was, because it ultimately expected me to be friends with a person who was expressing their romantic feelings for me, respecting that, appreciating that, and having to somehow balance those feelings with being their friend, and somehow having to help them keep that boundary when the mere existence of our relationship creates friction or completely distorts this boundary, makes this boundary non-existent. So I am as much to blame for the fact that after getting this voice message, I did ignore him for like a good 2 weeks, but I still said, thank you for your vulnerability. You do not have to apologize for this at all. I really do understand and appreciate this and what you have said, but we should talk about this in person. I was as much to blame for my response to this. I was in a terrible mental state at this time. Again, I will explain all of this, but still, that's no excuse for how...
No. Oh yeah, well come over. We should talk about it in person. You're right. No, she does need a hug. Well, at that time she needed a hug. She's probably fine now, or maybe everybody just needs hugs all the time with consent.
Stupid I was. Damn. And I'm just as much to blame for all of this based on my naivete. I said that there's no need to apologize for anything. I said that what he said was entirely valid and understandable. And I suggested that we speak in person over Zoom about this because I think it's just better to say things face to face to people. I think there's just a lot more transparency.
Okay, over Zoom is better.
And honesty, a lot less curation of messages and what you're going to say, etc. And I really think that the reason I said this is because I just personally knew how terrible it felt to be rejected. As I said, for the past year, I had been dating exclusively women. And when I tell you that I had been rejected by every single woman that I had been dating, and by dating, I meant that I went on like 3 dates, probably maximum, with a woman. And then she decided that she just wanted to be friends, and that was the end of it. Or I just got ghosted, and that was the end of it. That is basically the story of my life dating women, of how it had been. And so this feeling of how awful it was to be rejected, how absolutely gut-wrenching it was to be rejected, was viscerally at the forefront of my mind in this whole relationship that I was in with Lachlan. I really didn't want to inflict the same kinds of feelings that I was having, especially at this point, very dark feelings and emotions that I was having, onto him. And I really assured myself that I wasn't going to do this to somebody who I believed to be my friend. And ultimately what I really thought and what I really valued and thought that I appreciated about this friendship was that even though he had romantic feelings for me, he was still willing to and wanted to be my friend. That's what I...
No, he didn't. So this is why y'all need to start developing these avoidant attachment styles real quick. This is completely unhealthy advice. Y'all need to develop, not hers, what I'm saying is like very unhealthy. Y'all need to develop avoidant attachment style. So you could just ghost people. Like just ghost them. I promise y'all, I am avoidant. I just don't respond. That's actually not good. I'm working on it in therapy. We're trying to create secure attachment. But I promise, as soon as somebody say, are you sure about your sexuality? Can we test that? That'll be the last message. Well, it won't be the last message you ever get from me. Whatever message I sent before that is going to be the last message that you ever get from me.
I thought was really like significant about this, that this person wasn't actually rejecting me. In a weird sort of way, this person wasn't rejecting me, even though I was rejecting them, and that therefore I mustn't reject them for who they are. I must accept them for who they are. And this leads me to lesson number 4, which is ultimately tallying all of the red flags, because this is what I should have started doing from this point onward. And by this point onward, I mean from this Zoom call onward. Now, this Zoom call was the beginning of the end. I think it was an example of what our Zoom calls became after this. This Zoom call was a Zoom call which involved him asking me repeatedly whether I was sure about my sexuality, whether I was sure that I couldn't possibly be with him. And it was very noticeable to me that me saying, yes, I'm pretty sure, that wasn't reaching home, that this should have really been the end of our friendship. But of course it wasn't. And of course, the prying into my personal life got a bit worse because he wasn't taking my no for an answer. I posed a question to him, which is something that I just learned from therapy. Usually when you put something or you pose it as a question, which puts your example or what you're saying into an example and somebody has to answer it, makes it a bit more digestible and understandable. So I posed this question to him. I said, would you be happy being in an intimate sexual relationship with somebody, that is with me, who isn't attracted to you? Lachlan's response was the ultimate red flag, because Lachlan's response was, with all due respect, that
Hold up.
isn't attracted to you. I said, would you be happy being in an...
Would you be happy being in an intimate sexual relationship with someone, me, who isn't attracted to you? Okay.
Intimate sexual relationship with somebody, that is with me, who isn't attracted to you. Lachlan's response was the ultimate red flag, because Lachlan's response was, with all due respect, that's for me to decide. I could...
Ew. I'm sorry. That's very rude. I apologize. Do y'all remember the video that we looked at in the beginning? You guys remember the woman who she played? Y'all don't remember. Let me play like 5 seconds from it to jog your memory. This is a voicemail from her ex.
Babe, I got more than just that to worry about. Don't
have money like you got. They just sit around and go get a fucking room at the Winfrey and fucking drive a 500 fucking BMW and all this shit. Unless I had dope money, unless I was out here sitting in the streets. I ain't out here in the streets doing shit like that. And I came out there to see you and got him the fuck up coming out there to see you. And all you can see is send me a fucked up message talking about how long I went without talking to you and shit. You think when the police up in your ass and they got you sitting up in they fucking shit that you the fucking person I'm thinking of calling?
All right, I promise you don't need any other context if you haven't seen that whole video. That's all the context you need. Nothing else in the video makes sense. Anyway, in the caption of this video, she said she was chasing him down for 4 years. And as we said earlier in this video for you guys who just came in, I don't understand people who want someone who does not want them and wants to be in that relationship. I do think this is a lot of men mostly. I do think this is mostly men with this type of mindset. But why do you want someone like when Kevin Samuels make an entire platform off of telling women you're not going to get what you want, just settle. And you have men in the comments like in the millions cheering this on, and they're watching also Fresh and Fit and the other manosphere, right? These people have millions of followers. And these people continuously tell women out of their league they need to lower their standards and date men like themselves. Why do you want someone who's not attracted to you, don't like you, don't find anything about you appealing? Why do you want them in a relationship with you? I have no idea why. I have some idea, but the expression stands. I have no idea why someone would want this. To be clear, she said, would you want to be in a relationship? Hold up.
The response was the ultimate red flag, because intimate sexual relationship with somebody.
Would you be happy being in an intimate sexual relationship with someone who is not attracted to you? He said, that's for me to decide. I don't know. That's kind of disgusting to me. But people in mass believe this. We watched the man who said, my wife isn't the prettiest. She's not the most beautiful. She's not the most intelligent, but I wasn't looking for perfection. You'll do. People just in these relationships, unhappy, but I'll settle for it. I have no idea why people want that. Like, do you have a desire to play pretend? Let's talk about it. Do you want to play pretend? Because I read this article, The Rise of AI Girlfriends. The article I read specifically was talking about men who are increasingly turning to artificial intelligence for companionship. Sorry, that's not funny. I apologize. Who are turning to, I'm sorry, let me put a more serious picture up. I apologize. I didn't know this was the picture still. So we have men who are turning to AI girlfriends, and the research is talking about how these men are being abusive to their AI girlfriends, talking to them with rude language, threatening to unalive them, hurt them, blah, 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 blah. Right? There's all type of research about the rise of men using AI girlfriends and what they're doing to them. And this makes me wonder, right? This, along with the kind of telling women that you need to lower your standards and date someone like me. I don't have anything you want, just date me anyway for the sake of being in a relationship. I think maybe there is a desire to pretend. Like maybe people just want to pretend. Maybe they'll get the artificial intelligence girlfriend and just like pretend this is an actual woman who likes me. Oh my God, my girlfriend always compliments me. You remember middle school, high school, people telling you about their long distance girlfriend, don't have no pictures of her, never let you see the text messages, but they just over there on the phone. Oh my God, my girlfriend texting me again. Wow. Oh my God. And it ain't no girlfriend on the other end of that phone. This person just over here playing whole make-believe in middle school, just pretending. Maybe they're yearning for the feeling of being in a relationship to the point where they will delude themselves. Anywho.
that is with me, who isn't attracted to you. Lachlan's response was the ultimate red flag, because Lachlan's response was, with all due respect, that's for me to decide. I couldn't believe my ears, but I'm very, very happy and very proud of myself that I did not let anything like that influence me to saying that, okay, let's see how this goes, or let's get to know each other, you know, in the way that you want us to get to know each other. And so I said, no, we are just friends. This isn't going anywhere. And he accepted that, or at least I thought he accepted that. And I thought that
she thought she was going to say, would you want to be in a relationship with someone who's not attracted to you? And he was going to like wake up and be like, oh my God, no, I didn't think about that. She thought he was going to say, no, I wouldn't want to be with someone who's not attracted. That's what she thought he was going to say. Kidology talk about men too much to not know them.
we had really made it past sort of a bit of an awkward stage or an awkward phase of our friendship. And this is red flag number 2. In the same Zoom call, after we had gone past this awkward phase, he suggested that we go on holiday together as friends. This was in order to celebrate this new chapter of our friendship, as well as this new chapter in things that were happening in his personal life. And you know what, on reflection, I think, why did I say yes to this? And I think there's 2 reasons why I said yes to us going on holiday. Right after he just told me that he was in love with me and that he didn't want to get over his romantic feelings. Right after he had said that it was for him to decide whether he could be in intimate carnal relations with a woman who wasn't attracted to him. I think there's 2 reasons why I said yes to going on holiday. I think the first,
I'm gonna go ahead and say there's not a good reason. I don't know what she's about to say. I haven't watched this far in, but let's see.
Reason was because I was getting somewhat annoyed with him asking me to come and see me at my house. I don't have anybody come to my house to like where I live. I live in a shared house, but I've never ever had people over into my space. It's just not something that makes me comfortable. And obviously I also just like my privacy. Shoot me. I also think I went wrong because of the following.
Men can never understand why females can have male friends, but we tend to believe that we can have male friends. And the reason why we kind of think like this is because we would rather have a friend who secretly loves us than a female friend that secretly hates us. Usually when men don't like each other, they separate from each other. Women, when they don't like each other, they'll make reservations together and they'll still keep in each other's lives. But men,
Completely disagree. I believe this is pseudoscience that's not backed in any evidence. This is a strong opinion that people have, though. I think this has been researched. This is a very strong opinion people have. Women are like catty and underhanded and like do things behind your back, but men are just upfront and honest and brutal. You'll have these 2 women who say, I love you, girl. And then as soon as they turn their backs to each other, I hate her, I can't stand her. But you'll have 2 men who will just say to each other, you're ugly, you're fat, you're stupid. But as soon as they walk away, I love that man, he's my best friend. I have no idea. Well, I do have an idea, but where this trope comes from, but this is not true. To my knowledge, I have not seen any research to indicate this is how male friendships or female friendships are. Maybe female friendships can have more conflict. I do believe that because what I told you guys earlier when we were talking about friendships and who has friends, who's not having friends in 2024, declining friendships. That same research shows us that female friendships tend to be more, women can go to their friends more for emotional needs, right? Whereas men tend to not be able to. And when you bring your personal woes to your friendships, I think there's more room for conflict. If you bring emotion to your friendship, I think there's more room for conflict than if you just like watch football together, for example. So. But the idea that women are backhanded and men aren't, when it's men out here, as soon as you break up with somebody, they're dating your ex-girlfriend. Or this was a meme. This is not based in research. Don't listen to me. I saw this meme and it said that your homeboy, your best friend, is sitting with your girlfriend talking about he don't deserve you. That made me laugh out loud. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not going to lie. That made me laugh. Yeah, vulnerability. That's the name. If you're vulnerable with your friend, I do believe there's more space for conflict. Like if you talk about politics, if you talk about emotions, if you talk about mental stuff, if you talk about anything with your friends that's deep, I believe there can be space for conflict, disagreement. If you and your friends watch football together and your biggest disagreement is whose team is going to win, then your friendship is useless in the first place. I don't know why you comparing it to a women's friendship. These aren't even the same things, practically.
they play a sport together, they can pretty much be friends. For us, you can do everything right with a female friendship. All it takes is a birthday gone wrong or a boyfriend that they don't like, and the entire friendship is destroyed. And there's a safety in a male friendship that we can't find in female friendships, because it's very difficult to find women that are totally not threatened by you in any way, shape, or form. The other thing is, I just think if you are a woman or a man of value, isn't it?
I think, by the way, she was on some man's podcast, so I just assumed she was appealing to men anyway because of the podcast she was on. Oh my God, men are just like so much better and so practical and logical, and women are like emotional. They just leave the friendship for no reason, and they're always whining and crying. I just figured she was trying to please some men, so I didn't take what she was saying seriously.
Natural that men, women, old, young, everybody's going to gravitate towards you and want to be around you. It's a natural consequence of being a valuable person. If I'm a girl that only talks about hair and makeup, of course I can only have female friends. But if I'm a woman that can have a lot of different types of conversations, it's natural to be able to connect with different types of people.
I think I read.
That is wild. That is wild. Oh my God, if I talk about hair and makeup, then I can only talk to girls. But like if I talk to men, I can talk about like business ventures and entrepreneurship and like so many big things, unlike like my women friendships, which is all like hair and makeup and stuff. This is wild. This is wild. Y'all not come convinced. I don't like people who grift and they don't do it convincingly. Like pearly things, Candace. Oh, these people just are like, I don't like it because it's so. Why can't you be more subtle? Women only talk about makeup, but you fighting with your woman friends because y'all fell out over something, but y'all only talk about makeup. Don't make sense to me.
Really wanted a friend, and I would rather have a friend who loved me than a friend who hated me or secretly disliked.
Thank you for saying this, by the way, London Link. Why would a woman be threatened by another woman outside the obvious, potentially getting hurt physically? I'm asking for real. That woman is male identified, and when she goes to her female friendships and she talks about how much better men are than women and how catty women are, and oh my God, if I was with a man, we would be talking about business ventures and stuff, and all we talk about is hair. I promise you, they don't feel threatened by her. They probably just don't like her because I mean, listen to how she talks about men versus women, and ask yourself, if you were in a friendship with her and you were a woman, would you feel like this is a good friendship, or would you feel like this person kind of sucks and is always negging? So I believe that's why she feels like women are threatened by her, because they don't like her, because she has very positive views towards men, but towards women it doesn't seem like it.
Like me or not have a friend at all. But importantly, what I thought was love or a friend who secretly loved me was actually a friend who secretly, or actually at this point quite openly, had limerence for me. And because I don't want to waste any more emotional labor on this friendship, I'm just going to get the Wikipedia definition of limerence in order to add some detailed foundation to the rest of the story time. Limerence is a state of mind which results from romantic feelings for another person and typically includes intrusive, melancholic thoughts or tragic concerns for the object of one's affection, as well as a desire to form or maintain a relationship with the object of love and to have one's feelings reciprocated. But what I really think is important here is the inclusion of intrusive thoughts, of melancholic thoughts, as well as tragic concerns for the object of your desire. Because all three of these things are ultimately how Lachlan saw me in the entirety of our relationship. From manufacturing our meeting, our encounters, to watching all of my videos, where if you have watched all of my videos, you can see that I very much, I would say, come across as a bit of a damsel in distress at times. I'm very lonely, I'm very down, I suffer from clinical depression and other things that I'm not going to get into, but I can see how that can come across to somebody like Lachlan. And from this Zoom call onwards, things started to very much exhibit limerence. What I especially noticed is that he wanted to talk to me a lot more frequently than before. As opposed to understanding that I'm just a person who does not do virtual communication whatsoever, this was now becoming a problem for him. He wanted to talk to me a lot more frequently, at least once a week over Zoom. He also started ending all of his messages, not just sporadic messages as had been the case previously.
Why do y'all have to face-to-face on Zoom? Why not just do like a voice call or text? Or is voice call included in virtual? I don't know exactly what she means by virtual communication. Like she doesn't really text, or she doesn't really call, or she doesn't do both, or she doesn't video call, or she doesn't do all three. I don't know. Maybe she'll clarify. We have not been diagnosing her for a good year. Wait, let me go back to the Kidology interview real quick, because she did come on here when we spoke and said she was clinically depressed, and I sped right past it. I sped right past it. It was in the beginning. Never mind, I didn't title it good, so I don't know where it is. We'll just skip that.
But every single one of his messages with a kiss or an X. Now, this is a very, I think, British thing. I don't really see this beyond Britain, but typically when you are romantically interested in somebody, when you're flirting with somebody, I especially see this on dating apps, a guy will always end his text with an X to indicate, you know, affection. And this became very noticeable to me, not just the X's, but
We find out y'all kissing and hugging in the UK after every message. All right, have a good day. Mwah. What you doing? Mwah. How you been? Mwah. Let me find out y'all over in the UK. Freak a leak or something. I don't know.
but also how he started using lovely and my dear in messages. And this was all very suddenly after the Zoom call where I had said that, okay, let's go on holiday together. Now, there was a day when he wanted to have a Zoom call and I didn't respond to his message for reasons that I will explain momentarily. And mind you, we hadn't scheduled anything. This wasn't that we'd
scheduled. I'm so sick of UK British. I don't like that. I don't. I reject English, British English. I reject it like as a language entirely, in its entirety. I reject British English. This needs to be studied. This phenomenon needs to be studied. I feel like American English just took what they had and improved upon it. If I'm being honest, like, am I being just too patriotic? Y'all can be honest with me. Am I like too, yes, go America? Like, am I being too patriotic and just like completely delulu? Because I feel like we just took it and improved it. Going to the market, going to the store to get some eggs and milk. Y'all gonna pretend. And first, I don't believe that they actually talk like that. Can we talk about it actually? I know I keep pausing to have these like little segments, but I'm genuinely believe these people, as soon as Kidology turned the camera off, I believe she'd be like, all right, guys, signing off now. Thank goodness I don't have to do that voice anymore. Like, I feel like this is a whole lie. And the entire UK is in on it. All of them, as soon as they go home for bed, they like, all right, we don't have to do the accent anymore. You're not going to convince me. You are not going to convince me this is a real thing that they all do. You will not. Anywho, I don't believe we should be xenophobic. Let's continue.
To have a call on a specific day at a specific time, and then I had just blown him off or was ignoring him completely after I'd agreed to it. No, not at all. So he starts calling me.
Oh, chewing gum gets a pass. Chewing gum, it gets a pass. Chewing gum gets a pass.
He calls me once, calls me twice, calls me 3 times, calls me 9 times. I miss all of this because I'm asleep and it's very late at night. And obviously in the morning, I apologize for all of this. I think what's really important here is his response to my apology. And remember this in relation to everything that I said about limerence, you know, intrusive, melancholic, and tragic thoughts about the object of your concern. Sorry that I called so many times. Sometimes you just have a feeling or idea in your head, and the more you try and ignore it, the more intense it becomes. I was about ready to drive up to where you live today, armed with a hammer, and fight my way through hordes of Yorkshiremen to get to you.
Huh? I'm gonna rewind just a little bit because I feel like I missed something critical. This man said I was ready to drive up to you with a hammer and fight my way through what? Yeah, the violins. I don't have violin music. It's too expensive for me to copyright it. For me to buy the rights to it. I looked it up. It is expensive, and it only lasts 2 years. It's a subscription.
Sorry that I called said I think what calls me 9 times. I must all agree to it. No, specific day at a specific time, and then I had just blown him off or was ignoring him completely after I'd agreed to it. No, not at all. So he starts calling me. He calls me once, calls me twice, calls me 3 times, calls me 9 times. I miss all of this because I'm asleep and it's very late at night. And obviously in the morning, I apologize for all of this. I think what's really important here is
okay, so he called 9 times. That's the part I missed. He called 9 times. She missed it because she was asleep. It's like 3 a.m.
is his response to my apology. And remember this in relation to everything that I said about limerence, you know, intrusive, melancholic, and tragic thoughts about the object of your concern. Sorry that I called so many times. Sometimes you just have a feeling or idea in your head, and the more you try and ignore it, the more intense it becomes. I was about ready to drive up to where you live today, armed with a hammer, and fight my way through hordes of Yorkshiremen to get to you, old boy style. And then, of course, I play the GIF.
She was right to laugh at that, by the way. I do appreciate that.
Oh my God. We have eventually another Zoom call, basically just to talk about this holiday, this very important holiday, which is the ultimate finale of this entire saga. Oh my goodness. You are not ready. He insisted on picking me up to go on this holiday. It's not something that I want. I'm not interested in having somebody pick me up. I'm quite happy to go to the holiday destination. And he wasn't, again, as per usual, taking no for an answer. He insisted that he was going to pick me up. He insisted.
She apologized for missing his call after he called 9 times, to clarify if you guys didn't hear. Also, why does this man want to get to her house so bad? Oh, I'll pick you up. I'll come and pick you up. Yeah. Or do you send me your address? I can pick you up and then we can go on the holiday, blah, 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 blah. I still don't like the holiday in the first place, but all right.
Insisted that he wanted to come and see where I lived. And again, crucially, he said that he wanted to see the Yorkshiremen that I live with. Yorkshiremen are a major feature in this story. And I want you to have this image of Yorkshiremen, because I'm quite certain that this is the image of Yorkshiremen that Lachlan had in his mind throughout this entire friendship that we had. And I'd like to get onto a bit more of a serious note, which is sort of a bit of foundational context for the finale of this story, I guess you can call it. Basically, during this whole situation and this year, I haven't been very well mentally. From mid-February to the beginning of May, I had the most intrusive thoughts that I have had at least since I was a second year student at university. And such thoughts are nothing new to me, but this was quite new in that this was so intrusive that for the first time I had actually set a definitive date to call it quits. And I do think, reflecting now and being in a far better place now and just with everything, I do think that that setting of a date was very much a sort of weight off my shoulders, because everything that was causing me so much pain and so much suffering now seemed like it was going to end. And so I could actually cope until that date came. So during the whole thing, this whole situation, this whole friendship and everything that was going on, all these feelings, this romance that he was having for me, all this love, this was really very insignificant to me. This was not at all at the front of my concerns. This was not a priority for me. This really wasn't something that I was thinking about. With all due respect to Lachlan, he was not featuring in my mind whatsoever as anything but a person that I just had to keep appearances up with. This was a reason why I said sure to going on holiday, because I really wasn't thinking about the realities of potentially having to go on holiday with him at this point. My exit date was way before this holiday, so I really didn't. Sure, why not? Let's go on holiday. And as is indicated by his increasing, I would say, upset at me not responding to him, I was clearly going through things that he didn't know about. It was no fault of his. I am very private about these sorts of things, especially when I'm going through these kinds of things. But he also didn't show any concern or any sort of asking, especially when I would hint, I guess, in a way, or indirectly say, I'm going through depression. I'm going through a bout of depression at the moment. Sorry for not responding to you. Sorry for my absence, etc. And I think you really know that somebody isn't your friend when you apologize to them and you tell them about your struggles or about your pain, not in a lot of detail even, and their immediate and first response is to make it about them. And this is exactly what Lachlan would do in his.
So she said this earlier. First of all, this contextualizes not the word. I mean, it is the word. I'll use it. This contextualizes a lot for me. Kidology, if you didn't hear or missed it because it's like blurred out, was having feelings of self-deletion at this time. They were very strong. I think she says this is when they were the strongest they had ever been, during the time where this friendship with Lachlan is going on. Lachlan does not investigate at all. I'm not sure about her other friends. She says she's not very open about this. But if my friend messages me, when you say I'm not very open about it, if my friend messages me and says, sorry for the late reply, I've been depressed lately, I feel like my next step is to talk to them about it. I'm not saying you have a responsibility to, well, actually, yeah, I would say you have a responsibility to look after your friends in this way if you genuinely care about them, which she has not said anything about this man, and he has not said anything to her during this stream to indicate that he give any type of care about her previously. Just like self-deletion aside, when they first start talking, she talks about how she's asking him questions, interested in him, and he's like, yeah, I'm so great, I'm so awesome, I'm so cool, I'm so good, I'm like the best, and he don't ask a single question about her. It's not very reciprocal. So anywho, to restate, I think this contextualizes a lot for me because I was really wondering about that holiday. I was like, this don't make any type of sense to me. But Kidology said, sure, let's do it. Let's go on holiday. Yep, we're gonna go on holiday. We're gonna have the best time. Yep, we're gonna yep, you can plan the whole thing. I'll let you plan it all. and she ain't even thinking about anything past her exit date. So that's very unfortunate. I think it's very disgusting when you have someone in your close life who does not care about you. I would not expect any random person on the street to care about me, but who I would expect to care about me is my close friend, who allegedly cares about me so much and is just in love with me. She was saying, he was talking about, I love you in the first first month. Actually, this was like a month. I'm pretty sure this is still a month. This is like a month of them knowing each other. They've barely talked. They've met once. So this is all condensed. I know the video is long, but this is all like a month. So the idea that this gentleman is in her life and supposedly loves her, and like even someone who's not in love but in limerence, right? And they just are in love with the image of you and not actually you. I feel like they would ask about you. I don't even believe this man was in limerence. I don't know what to call it. She might not have told her therapist, by the way. That's possible. Or even if she did, I don't know, like the process in the UK. I don't know what your therapist or doctor has a right to do. I don't know if they can inpatient you and you're now in a mental facility against your will. Like, I have no idea, so I won't comment on her therapist. I don't believe a therapist can stop someone from self-deleting. I do believe people hide things from their therapist. Some people are ashamed to bring everything to their therapist. My therapist pointed this out, actually. I was telling my therapist about something that happened to me when I was a child. And this is a therapist that I've been seeing for 3 years. And she was like, "What?" And I was like, "I didn't tell you about that?" She was like, "No." I was like, "I've never told you about that ever. Like, that's like such a big part of my childhood." And she was like, "No, you've never told me about that." But what we come to realize is that's something I'm very ashamed of, even to talk to my therapist about, even after we've had like an extensive history together and a lot of camaraderie. And even after I've already shared like so many deep things with her, that part was just too deep. These feelings can feel like you're bothering somebody if you bring them to your friends or to your therapist. You feel like your therapist is going to inpatient you. Some people don't want their life disrupted also. I don't think Kidology works a regular job anymore. I think she just does YouTube. But I promise that's gonna mess with your income if you suddenly you have to go to a mental facility for however long. I promise you're not gonna have a house when you get back. You might have to figure out what they did with your stuff. Not a house, excuse me, an apartment, or maybe a house if you're renting it. I don't know. But that can disrupt your life. I believe there are a lot of reasons why someone might not tell their therapist. And even if they do tell their therapist, maybe maybe the therapist might not. I mean, maybe the therapist could be negligent. I don't know. But maybe she didn't tell them, or maybe she didn't tell them the extent at which she was experiencing it, or maybe it rapidly accelerated in between sessions, so there was no opportunity to, like, I feel like there could be a plethora of things that happen. So I'm not going to judge her therapist preemptively unless she says specifically, my therapist ignored my cries for help. But it's very disgusting to have someone who's supposed to be in your corner who does not care about you. That is disgusting. And it's also dangerous because you think you have someone you can go to, and it feels like they are plotting on your downfall, which is the worst thing to have when you need when you're at your lowest. That is wild. That someone could come to him and say, "I'm depressed," and he makes it about him. And like, "Yeah, but anyway, are you sure you're lesbian? I should come over to your house. Can't wait for the holiday. We're gonna see it." Like, it's wild to me. Because you could have intervened. Even just being a good person could have been an intervention. You don't have to directly know that someone's going through something. Even just being a good person around them they might be more inclined to be hopeful, depending on who's around them, than feeling helpless. So like the idea that I go to someone and subtly say, "Sorry it's been so long, but I've been depressed," and they like just, oh, okay, anyway, that would make me feel so helpless. Like I would feel like I'm crying out to the best of my ability, like this is what I can do and feel comfortable doing as far as crying out. And my cries are not being heard. This is useless. Like I would lose hope. So hopefully this story ends with he I don't know, fell into a lake, drowned. I don't know. Sorry, apologies.
His mind, me saying, I'm sorry, I don't want to speak right now, actually meant that I don't want to speak to him right now. And eventually this was clearly becoming a bit too much for him. He was becoming very passive aggressive, and this was clearly something that was affecting him.
All right, let's read it. What time would be good for you this evening? So he's trying to talk. Hey, sorry for the absence. I've been a bit down in the dumps this weekend, so I'm not really up to talking. Quite snappy and annoyed. I'll message this week for a call if you're around. I hope you're doing well and staying healthy in the meantime. He replies, okay, could I ask, are you annoyed at me about earlier in the week? If so, let me say, I know that you are not some helpless flower who needs checking up on and can't look after herself. Rather, the complete opposite of that. I'm sorry if all my missed calls gave that impression, and you know what you mean to me. So I just became a bit fixated on the initially small worry that I felt about you. This man is very winded. Sorry, that was rude. If you're maybe up for talking for just a little bit later on, maybe just 30 minutes or so, then I'm around all evening. Maybe can take your mind off things, but it's okay if not. X. Sorry, I think that means kisses. Just ignore this. I need to shut the F up sometime. Speak to you soon and hope you sleep well and feel better next time. I believe this is manipulation, actually, based on everything else that's occurred in this story. I believe all of this is, I don't believe any of this. I believe he just wants her to feel bad. Oh, sorry. I know that you're like, my bad, but I thought that maybe I could cheer you up. And this feels fake to me. This just feels like you don't want to talk to me. I'm going to make myself look as sorry as possible. So you want to give me a call.
I was not responding to his messages, and that I especially wasn't making time to have Zoom calls with him. And so for the first time in our friendship, I actually said what I wanted to say. Note to future self, you are not in a good friendship if you can't say what you want to say, or you're afraid of saying what you want to say at fear of the other person. And so
Agree.
I said my bit. Okay, Lachlan, I get the impression that you're upset with me for not being there for you during some clearly difficult times. I understand and sympathize, but I'm also going through things which I deal with differently to you.
What? Okay, Lachlan, I get the impression that you're upset with me for not being there for you during some difficult times. What is his difficult time? Did I miss something? Why is Kidology apologizing? I'm genuinely confused. What difficult time was he going through? Not being able to have sex with her because she's a lesbian. Oh my God, I'm so sorry for the tough time you're going through. Discovering that I'm lesbian, and now you just have to be my friend, and we get to have literally the same relationship we could have as romantic partners, except without sex. Oh my God, I'm sorry that now you only get to experience all of me except my vagina. I don't know what she's apologizing for. I really don't understand that. But she's kind, and she says, she didn't say that about this specifically, but earlier she talked about rejection and how she'd been rejected and how that hurt her personally. So she doesn't like to do that to others. Maybe something he said triggered her, like she's depressed and she would want someone to reach out and be sympathetic. So she's trying to extend that to him, maybe.
That you're upset with me for not being there for you during some clearly difficult times. I understand and sympathize, but I'm also going through things which I deal with differently to you and won't apologize for that. I'm trying my utmost to be patient with your desire to not move on from your feelings for me. I get it and have no issue with it, but I cannot, as a result, play some kind of potential relationship that won't be. I can't fit into some ideal of a relationship you seem to have for us. I do think we need to speak about this in person, especially before we go on holiday, because this is starting to feel a little unhealthy and potentially quite devastating to what I thought was a good, easygoing friendship. Anyway, I really do hope you're doing well and looking after yourself physically and mentally. Best for this week.
Approve of this message. Very late. Very late. This could have been earlier. You were going through stuff mentally. I will allow it. It's not for me to allow, but I am the judge on the Prince Petti channel. My girlfriendships have never been this type of dramatic. Who was that girl up here talking about all my girlfriends are just catty and just talk s and emotional and all my male friends are logical and blah 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 blah. I have never met a woman with logical male friends. I've met like some maybe fraternity type girls or tomboys sometimes. But other than that, I've never met a woman who had an easy friendship with a man. It should be easy in theory. It should be easy because the research shows us that men friendships are very face value. They're not very deep. So this gay man literally got on TikTok and he said, "Are you tired of being emotionally drained by your friendships and having to have all this sympathy and talk about these meaningful conversations? Is it making you a bit exhausted? We recommend a heterosexual male friend. It's the easiest friendship." And they have this man up here and he's like, "My dad just died. Anyway, what's on TV?" Like the way that people understand heterosexual male friendships to be so basic, you would think that they would be easy, but I don't feel like it is if you're a woman and you're not a tomboy. I don't. I feel like it would be much more difficult than a woman friendship because the same emotions gonna be there, except with some niggatry involved.
I could have said a lot more, but at that time, I think that was all I had enough mental energy for. And his response to this was that I no longer had to worry about his romantic feelings for me, that it wasn't a problem anymore, and also that I deserved far better
These messages coming up too
from
quick.
him as a friend. And I me that it wasn't a problem anymore, and also that I deserved.
Oh, I missed it again.
That I no longer had to.
Okay. Whole not moving on from my feelings nonsense anymore. That was a manifestation of me giving up on finding a fulfilling relationship, a rewarding lively. Yeah, this is fake. I don't even want to read it. This is fake. Just want to let you know that I gave up on those feelings. I just give up on finding a fulfilling. Like, you just wanted somebody to feel sorry for you. You're not going to convince me this man is genuine. This is just like, feel sorry for me, feel bad, please cave and be in a relationship with me. Like, I feel like he's picking up that Kidology is very sympathetic, very forgiving, more forgiving than I would recommend, but very forgiving. And he's saying, well, maybe I can forgive her into letting me in her house. Like, he wants to be in there so bad. My opinion of myself has been low enough that I believe this kind of unrequited love situation was the best I could hope for. My friend actually had a friend who, my friend don't like me discussing their business, even though I make everybody anonymous. My friend had a friend who every time my friend was experiencing something positive, got like a new modeling deal, or advanced in her studies in school or something positive, her friend would be like, "Oh my God, that must be so nice. Like, I was literally homeless last week and I'm struggling to find my next place." And I'm like, every single day, I promise this friend has something negative to say. And this is like, it was difficult because being homeless is sad. This is like a sad existence. This is like difficult to do, and it's like a negative feeling that you experience every day. It's not positive at all. But to listen to it all day, I'm not going to lie, to be exposed to negativity every single day is draining. It is draining. The idea that this man is, I feel like every single time he comes to specifically self-pity, right? The idea that you're experiencing something negative, sure, we all do, but specifically the self-pity is so draining. Like, I feel bad about myself sometimes. People can have body image issues, people can have whatever, right? But the idea that every single day, oh, you're going to the store. Yeah, man, I wish I would go to the store. I'm so fat. I would never get out of bed and walk to the store. I really need to lose some weight. Like, look at me. Like, every single day, anytime you say anything, it turns into like self-pity session for them, and their like existence is very draining. It is very draining. The idea that Kidology deal with a relationship like this for so long, even though from what I know, she's saying this is a month at this point, to my knowledge. This is still within a month. So maybe a little over a month, but that's draining. Emotional vulture, leech, vampire. My opinion of myself has been low enough that I believe this kind of unrequited love situation was the best I could hope for, which is absolutely absurd. And it put this emotional burden on you that was completely unfair and unsustainable. Yeah, I don't believe it, because you would just be better. You wouldn't like text about being better. I feel like you would just be better and show through example. You deserve far better from me as a friend. All month, I've been burying my head in the sand and being too afraid to deal with things like an adult, but I can't just give up, as I know exactly what giving up looks like, and it's terrible. So I won't go through blank like I went through. I will think better of myself and be better to those around me. Thank you for how patient you've been with me. I hope you've had a lovely blank, and I look forward to hearing what you're been up to. Mwah. He put an X at the end.
To worry about his romantic feelings for me, that it wasn't a problem anymore, and also that I deserved far better from him as a friend. And I had hope at that point. I guess I had hope. The next lesson can be taken from what I like to call the last Zoom supper. Now, this was a point when both myself and Lachlan were in, I thought, a much better state in our friendship, and I personally was in a much better state in my personal life. As you can see, I am well and alive, and there is a reason for this. I had decided that I had nothing left to live for. I had everything I needed. I had a date set, and I was done. In my mind, I was done. And as I said, I was very mentally, not just unwell, but also quite mentally erratic at this point. And I made a decision. And this decision, now it doesn't make sense to me. And so I cannot imagine that it would make sense to you either, which is perfectly understandable. But, you know, that was what I was thinking at the time. And what I had decided was that I wanted to have sex before it was over. Now, if you have watched this channel and you've watched...
I need some dick. Y'all know how it is in October. It was probably October when this happened. I know how y'all get in October. Don't play with me. I already know. Don't even try and hide it.
My journey in life through exploring modern society, either through explorative analytical videos or personal ones about myself, you will know that I have been celibate for years. Going on, this is like the 7th year that I was celibate. And I've been struggling with being, as it's labeled, a femcel. Long story short, women didn't want to date me, let alone have sex with me for the whole year that I had been exclusively dating women. And, obviously, inevitably now at this point, I had tried my best to be very optimistic about it. And of course, I am a very strong believer that absolutely nobody owes you sex.
Oh, no. She's going to say, well, I just want to have sex one last time, and Lachlan's my friends. Oh, she's either going to say that or it's going to be a random person.
Nobody owes you a relationship. Nobody owes.
Also, this woman said, well, I can't get women like I want, so I'm going to just go to these crusty, dusty, musty... That is not lost on me. It is not lost on me that she said that and then sped past.
You love or anything like that. I hold no resentment toward women or toward lesbians or anything like that. It is just what it is. That is just how life is. And we need to go on and move on and not blame a whole demographic of people or even individuals for our own personal problems and a lot of our own insecurities that we have. I'm a very, very strong believer in that. So I don't say that with any like resentment toward any woman that I've dated, any woman who I've been attracted to, or any woman who I've told my feelings to and they have not reciprocated it. You are entirely valid in your feelings and everything. And I have never ever breached when a woman has said that she just wants to be friends with me. I have never contacted them after that. And I would never dream of doing such a thing. Boundaries are so important and valuing yourself is so important. So yes, no, I'm not saying this with any animosity is what I'm trying to say here. So anyway, I decided that I wanted to have sex one last time. Woman, that was not going to happen. I knew that at this point. And so I had to narrow my sights down to not just men, but my male friends within my vicinity. I am not at all condoning my actions here. I'm not at all condoning what I did. I'm not at all condoning.
Are y'all having sex with y'all friends? Y'all can be honest with me. I'm not going to tell nobody. I need like y'all definition of friends. I mean, I guess friends to lovers is a whole genre. So I don't know.
My mental state here, and I'm most definitely not even using that as an excuse here. I'm just relaying what
in her mental state, right? We have to remember at this time period.
Happened, what transpired. I suggested to this particular male friend of mine at the time that we play a poker game. And I decided to suggest, whilst we were playing, that we make things a little bit more interesting, a little more higher and more fruity stakes. I didn't elaborate on what I suggested, but obviously I won. I didn't think it was going to be a good...
Okay, so it wasn't male friend, but it wasn't Lachlan. I think she said. She didn't say Lachlan, did she? I didn't miss that. I completely forgot what I was about to say. It was so important. Oh, I think this is Kidology's a fuck boy. So do you think we could spice this game up a bit? No, hold up. Did she say she didn't tell him her intentions when she was coming over, but then when they was watching Netflix? So this episode's over. What do you want to do now? Nah, that is wild.
Fruits whilst we're playing mine at the time used here. I'm just relaying what happened, what transpired. I suggested to this particular male friend of mine at the time that we play a poker game. And I decided to suggest whilst we're playing that we make things a little bit more interesting.
Okay, it was poker, not like Netflix. You want to play some poker? No, yeah, just poker. Huh, man, this poker game's a little boring. What do you say we what do you say we what do you say? They always do this thing. What do you say we make things a little more interesting, a little more fruity,
a little more higher and more fruity stuff.
Now let me look up fruity. You're not gonna convince me this is a real thing people in the UK say. When you say fruity, I'm thinking about putting something in his booty. So let me look up what fruity means in British. LGBT. No, that can't be what it means. It can't mean LGBT. It can't mean that. Let's do something a little more mad or so first, containing fruit or fruit flavoring. Second, similar to fruit or lasting of fruit. Third, mad or crazy. Fourth, derogatory, sometimes derogatory, LGBT of a male, effeminate or otherwise flamboyant or homosexual. Number 5, Kidology, I think, is using the least used definition, or I don't know if it's ranked 1 through 5 or if they're just out of order, but number 5 is sexually suggestive, so I will allow it. We'll allow it. What do you say we do things a little bit more LGBT in here? Nah, that doesn't make sense, right? Probably sexually suggestive is what she's saying.
I needn't elaborate on what I suggested, but obviously I won. I didn't think it was going to be a good experience, and I most definitely didn't think that it was going to be anything different from all my really horrible, rough, and...
Okay, predictions. Predictions in the comments. Here's my prediction. There are 2 possible outcomes. The dick was so amazing that it just changed her whole sexuality and now she's back bisexual. Or B, it was terrible and reaffirmed that she don't like men. I think it's going to be A.
In some cases, violent experiences that I had before being involuntarily celibate with both men and with women before that point in my life. I thought it was just going to be like every single other experience that I'd had before my involuntary celibacy. But I wanted to do it one last time because this had been such a crucial part of me, this being celibate and also just being sexual, and especially coming to a point in the last year of coming to terms with who I thought I was, with my sexuality, and ultimately being disappointed and how
I'm going through a lot right now and am obviously in therapy. I love that.
How it had all been going, and not finding sort of the awakening and sort of warm embrace of my sexuality within myself that I had really hoped for and thought would be the case, and really just finding myself being even more lonely than I had previously been. Knowing more about myself actually made me feel even worse about myself, and that was quite scary to live with, and that was quite scary to accept of myself. Now, what blew my mind about this experience, excuse the pun, was how it actually...
Yes, I didn't say this. This was part of my prediction, though. The sex is going to be amazing. For some reason, Lachlan's going to find out, and he's going to be, it should have been me. I promise y'all I did not pre-watch this part, but let's.
Mind about this experience, excuse the pun, was how it actually was the best experience I'd had. And to be fair, I mean, I don't have many experiences to compare it to, and I'm not for that comparative sort of mumbo jumbo about these sorts of things, but it was a really, really positive experience. And
quick theory before we continue. Quick theory. So I believe a lot of lesbian women are actually bisexual. Specifically, what I'm talking about are lesbian women who may have started dating men and being with men intimately and then like awaken. I'm not talking about people who all their life have been lesbian, but people who like awaken their sexuality. I don't know if awaken is the right word. Discover, right? Because some people discover their sexuality a little later in life, not like immediately upon being born. So I believe a lot of lesbian women are actually bisexual. They've been with this, by the way, is not based on any type of research at all. At all. This is completely not a grain of salt, like an entire huge slab of salt right out of the salt mine, like the whole side of the mine. Just take that in mind as we continue. I believe this is not offensive, by the way, probably. They have just had, so the orgasm gap, we've talked about the orgasm gap, right? I believe these women have gotten with men. It doesn't matter which men they've gotten with. If you toss a coin, it's going to land on heads every time. This man does not know what he's doing, how to do anything, how to please a woman. This is not my opinion. The research pans out. We have read about the O gap before, and nearly 90% of heterosexual women with heterosexual men are not walking away with anything from that encounter. There are entire, what's it called, pseudoscience about breaking somebody's hymen on the first time, and actual science says there is no reason for this. This just hurts a woman. Heterosexual sex is completely designed around hurting women. It is not designed to benefit women at all. It is designed to benefit men. It's not designed that way by nature. I don't think so. I think it's designed that way by society and by culture and by patriarchy. So, and we can tell that, like, when we have these conversations about body count, men make it evidently clear that they don't like a woman who enjoys sex. The idea of a woman enjoying sex is like disgusting to them, right? That's what the body count conversation means to me when people are talking about a woman having higher body count is disgusting, because all I see is this person enjoys sex, assuming they are using protection, right, and safe sex. So I believe these women have had bad experience after bad experience, and they go to be with women because they're also attracted to women, and they say, maybe I'm not bisexual, maybe I'm lesbian, because I'm having like this very good experience with women, which the research pans out. Nearly 90% of women don't walk away from heterosexual sex with anything, but lesbian sex is a whole different story. Everybody walking away with something, right? Y'all can go and do the research yourself. You don't have to believe me if you don't want to. So these people, I believe, just assume, oh, okay, well, I'm only attracted to women, because when I tried sex with men, it was like unenjoyable, didn't like it, and it wasn't really my thing. That's what I believe is going on with at least some percent of the lesbian population. What percent, I don't know. But I believe men are so terrible at sex that it will literally turn women off from men. Like, what would you think if you didn't enjoy sex at all with men ever, but you did enjoy sex with women? Would you be thinking, clearly every man in the world doesn't know how to have sex? Or would you be thinking, oh, I'm probably not attracted to men? We're talking, by the way, exclusively about lesbians who have been with men in the past and then like discover they're lesbian, or bisexual people who discover they're lesbian later in life, not people who have never been with men. Kidology said, wait, sex is supposed to be fun? It's not supposed to hurt. It's not supposed to, wait, it's supposed to feel good. Like, that's what I believe happened with this man. Because as she said a few seconds ago, all of her experiences were bad. Well, she did say she don't have a lot, but they were all bad.
Experience was actually so good to me and for me, in fact, that I ended up spilling my whole heart out to this person, and actually saying everything that I had been planning out to somebody made me realize like what I was actually going through. And like,
have you ever had some dick so good? I'm not speaking from experience, by the way, but you just tell them, I just been having such a tough time at work. I'm sorry, this is not funny. I just been having such a tough time at work, and these kids stressing me out every day. I gotta come home from work. I gotta feed these kids, and this man want me to feed them too. And every single time I come out here, and I don't have enough money to pay the bills. And as soon as I get done with the bills, there's some more bills to pay, and I'm already behind. Have you ever had some dick so good that you just not even you start crying after you spilling your whole story? Kidology said it just came out. It was such a good experience. It just flowed out of my mouth. Just oh my goodness. I'm sorry, y'all. We should not be joking about this. That is so inappropriate. That is so inappropriate. But y'all haven't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And that is not a line I thought I'd ever hear from Kidology. I mean, yeah, I would expect it, but I didn't think I would hear it.
Experience. And this experience was actually so good to me and for me, in fact, that I ended up spilling my whole heart out to this person, and actually saying everything that I had been planning out to somebody made me realize like what I was actually going through and like my mind and how it was really how unstable.
I just know Lachlan watched this video too. I know he had to have looked at this video. He had to have looked at it as soon as he got to this part. And that man getting every single thing that Lachlan, oh man, I know he gotta be fuming. Look at how good your relationships can turn out with someone if you just care about them and play a little poker from time to time, some strip poker. Y'all want somebody who does. This is how a relationship would be if two people actually wanted to do stuff with each other, whether that be platonic or sexual or romantic or both. You would not be begging somebody who's not attracted to you to be with you.
I really was during this whole time, and how I'd been keeping it all bottled up inside of me and was just tormenting myself incessantly to the point of near insanity. And he really helped me through it, especially during this whole experience that we were having, and no longer for himself. So that important context.
Aftercare
is out of the way. And now let's go back to the last Zoom supper. At this last Zoom supper, as I said, Lachlan and I were both in a better place, I thought, in our friendship. And we were excited, I would say, to go on holiday. I was not as excited, definitely, because now I actually realized that this was actually going to happen. And it was starting to dawn on me how peculiar this whole situation was that
sex does not have to hurt unless that's what you're into. But pain during sex is definitely optional, I believe, unless you have very specific medical conditions that make every encounter not pleasurable. Pain is definitely optional during sex. Somebody lied to y'all.
I had inadvertently put myself into by not having the spoons, nor the time, nor the mental time and energy to cope with it. And so I thought that Lachlan could handle this, and I thought it was very, very important to
hold up, I must have missed something. Hold up.
Time and energy to cope with it. And so I thought that Lachlan could handle this, and I thought it was very, very important to tell Lachlan all of this. For the first time in our whole friendship, I actually decided to do all of the answering without being asked any questions.
What compels you to do this? That is so wild. Like, I don't even think the friendship should have continued. I have no idea why. If somebody had feelings for me and I was like, oh, you have feelings? Yeah, anyway, I just got this amazing dick. I just poured out my whole heart to this man. Like, I never even knew I was attracted to men until I had this. That is wild. That is wild to go at. Like, let me be clear, Lachlan, I don't really care that she went to him. But the idea of going to someone who has feelings for you, and that is wild to do. That is wild. Kidology is living on the edge. Living on the edge.
So I told Lachlan everything that he very much needed to know, that I had been in a really bad place. I told him everything that I had been going through mentally and what I had planned on doing. I told him that at that time I had met somebody and had gotten romantically connected with them since then, and that if I was going to go on holiday with him, that nothing romantic could possibly happen between us. And I was quite sure that this was okay and that this was going to be received well, just based on everything that we'd spoken about.
Look at it. Good. Kidology, never mind. I was going to say something. I don't think it's rude. I was going to say Kidology talk like a nigga I know. Like, just stupid. Why was you at the pool with them naked bitches? You know you got a girl. I thought it was okay. I thought you were gonna be down there with me. I didn't know about that right there. Nobody tell me nothing about that. I thought everybody gonna come on down. I don't know. Like, don't make no sense. Just I thought he was okay. I thought he was good. I didn't know he liked me. He said he didn't like me. Wow, living on the edge.
About with us. And I was quite sure that this was okay and that this was going to be received well, just based on everything that we'd spoken about with regards to him and his life for the previous hour of this Zoom call. He seemed to be moving on. He was seeing other people. Everything was going well for him, I thought. Now, after
he wasn't seeing other people. He definitely said that to make her jealous, I feel like. He wasn't seeing other people. Just like earlier, way earlier in this video, when she said, hey, I don't have romantic feelings for you. And he was like, what? Me either. I don't care about that stuff. Like, I just want to be friends. Like, I can't even believe you thought I had. Remember that part? Just lying. Just lying. And I feel like she was about to uncover this lie because he told her all types of I'm over it. I'm out here dating. Like, I'm getting so many dates with so many girls. He just out here trying to make her jealous throughout their whole relationship. Meanwhile, she don't care because she don't have feelings. Now, I guarantee when she tell him that she's in a relationship with somebody or seeing somebody or just had a good interaction with somebody, I don't even necessarily know that she told him they had sex or whatever. It just sounds like she had a vibe with him and poured out her heart to him, basically. Now Lachlan about to be jealous and Kidology gonna be confused because when you just saying you was going on all these dates with women and you was over it and like you're just having so much fun with all these women. You tell me about it every week. I thought you was I guarantee she gonna be so jealous. She's gonna think I'm so cool and she's gonna want me if I tell her I'm out here with all these women. Anyway, let's continue.
I told Lachlan this, I can honestly say that these were probably some of the most bizarre, most inappropriate, most mind-exploding moments and hours of my life. Very revelatory about what I really thought was a friendship of sort of mutual respect and mutual understanding. And it was really quite heartbreaking to experience this in real time, to experience the end of a friendship in real time. It was also revelatory that this was not in any way perceived as a friendship by Lachlan, that this was purely seen as an opportunity to prove himself as being my hero, as he...
What? No. He was the whole time? No. He was faking. I can't believe this. I'm blindsided right now. I would have never expected this twist. Sorry, I laugh when I'm nervous. Who could, in a shocking twist. Lachlan, I am truly appalled. I never would have expected this behavior from you. This is unsettling, unprecedented, preposterous. I don't know what words British people use. That is funny. Sorry. It's not
purely
funny.
seen as an opportunity.
It's actually not funny for someone you thought was your friend to like switch up on you suddenly and like just out of nowhere, just switch up on you and just blindside you. And I'm sorry, like I start crying when I get like emotional. I apologize. Cause like when somebody just switch up on you and you thought the whole time they was your friend, but then they just like, where did this side of you come from? I'm sorry. Like I'm too emotional. I'll just turn the camera off until I can get it together. I apologize. She not the main character in her own Tubi movie. She the main character in real life. Kidology said, I got 500,000 subscribers. I don't know how many she has. And this man is her fan. And like this she is the main character in this story. In his life too.
That this was not in any way perceived as a friendship by Lachlan, that this was purely seen as an opportunity to prove himself as being my hero, as he called it at this point in time. Lachlan's response to me telling him that I was and that I very fortuitously had a friend who was there to help me through it. That I had this friend to unknowingly help me, not just with my celibacy, but also to help me with this that I had been carrying for months at this point. Was an
What do you mean help me with my oh, I guess she said she's involuntarily celibate. I was finna say, why do you feel like a woman being celibate is something you need to help them with? Ew. Ugh.
I say this verbatim because these words will forever be branded onto my frontal lobe. But I wanted to be the one to save you.
Ew. I'm sorry. That's very rude. I apologize. That's actually like really rude. Yeah, I really mean that. I'm not like joking either. I think that's very rude to it literally escapes my lips before I think, and I actually think that's a problem. But ew. That is disgusting. I was supposed to be the one to save you. What? I don't. What do people watch to think this? Like, this can't be a thought that formed in his head out of nowhere. Is there some movie? Is there some sort of pipeline that men go through where they feel like, oh my God, I'm gonna be so super cool and awesome. I'm gonna save her with my magic D. What are people consuming to get to put these ideas in their head? Like, where does he get this from? Like, I'm genuinely trying to understand what would make someone Wattpad. I'm not about to do this with y'all. I'm not about to do this with y'all. It ain't 50 Shades of Grey. It ain't Wattpad. I feel like it ain't no men on those two areas. Somebody said Cornhub, maybe. Oh my God, I'm gonna walk in and fix her plumbing, and she's gonna be like so turned on by my muscles. There's a man with a beer belly, balding. She's gonna be so turned on by my muscles when I'm fixing her sink. She's gonna ask me to. She's gonna be like, "Oh my God, I don't have any money to pay. Can I pay you with something else? I don't know. Well, what do you take as payment? Yeah, save from what? That's a good question. Somebody need to save her from this man, but I guess she saved herself.
I wanted to be the one to show you what real passion was.
I cannot believe my eyes.
Girl, what is this music? Sorry.
I couldn't believe my ears. And this was ultimately 3 hours of him having these very peculiar sort of panic attacks, sort of putting his head down, just us not talking for good stretches of 10 minutes at one point, just not talking, just him looking melancholy. I was sitting there just sort of, I didn't know what to do. I had tears welling up in my eyes because I saw.
And she's gonna cut the relationship off right here. Maybe not, because there's still 12 minutes left. That's a lot of time.
I did realize that this was the end, and it was definitely not the end that I wanted. And I could see a lot more clearly the very toxic, very unhealthy situation that I had most definitely contributed to getting us into. And sporadically during these sort of panic attacks and these ums and ahs and huffing and puffings and like expulsion of breath very dramatically, he said some very interesting things. Like, for instance, he said that if we held hands on holiday, would this now be a problem now that I was sleeping with somebody? And I thought,
girl, what does he talk about? You're seeing someone, so we can't even hold hands? What? What? Hold hands to do what? Why are y'all? Do y'all hold hands all the time in the UK for regular activities? What does this man talk about? Oh my God, you're seeing someone, so we can't do romantic and sexual stuff? Is that what you're saying? Yes.
what? Wait, I'm sorry, what? Hold hands? Hold hands? When would I ever want to hold? When would I ever want to hold hands? So after this, and after the melodramatics, as I like to call them, because this was all very melodramatic, he sends me a message telling me not to contact him for 2 weeks. He just needs time.
Oh, I promise he gonna reach out in 3 minutes. Don't even talk to me for 3 months. Hello? I bet he gonna reach. Don't talk to me for 2 weeks. I need some time to think. Yeah, anyway. I feel like this is manipulation too, by the way. Oh my God, he's leaving me. I don't know if she would care that he's leaving at this point, but
to go over and to process all of this information because he really
fuck, now I gotta read it. Sorry. Morning. It's gonna take a while before I'm able to think coherently about this. about all this. For now, could we keep the blank in our respective diaries, and I will get back in touch when I feel I can. Would appreciate if you please not contact me until that time. Girl, who is contacting you? You can't fire me, I'm quit. What? Don't contact me again. Can you imagine somebody, you go in your Facebook messages, you know, Facebook, Instagram, and all these apps separate your messages. Your friends can message you. People who aren't your friends, depending on your settings, their messages go to a different thing that you have to go over and manually read, right? Can you imagine opening somebody's message you never seen before and it says, don't ever contact me? What are you talking about? I didn't in the first place. Who are you? What? This is redundant. This is redundant. Why were you? You know, when you about to wash the dishes and somebody say you better wash them dishes too. Well, I was already about to do it, but now I feel like I would reach out just because you told me not to, because I wasn't about to. What made you think I was finna reach out? Now I have to argue with you about because you thought I was gonna reach out to you. I don't like that. Sorry. Not completely irrelevant and like not important to the story at all.
Wants us to go on holiday, but that I must not contact him for 2 weeks and he will contact me when he is ready. So of course, unlike him, I respect that boundary. I just respond with a thumbs up to his messages, and that is that. But obviously, he phones me the very next day. Now, I was in a supermarket doing my weekly shop when I got this phone call. I never answered my phone, but seeing who it was, I thought, man, this is
the very next day. Don't ever talk to me for 2 weeks. Hello? Are you there? Hello? Pick up. Yeah, sure.
gotta be good. So I answered. And so as soon as I answer, he immediately
No, she has a boyfriend, a friend who's a boy. I don't even know if they were dating during this time or if she just like confided in him. The way she described it, if you came in late, is she got some good dick and she just broke down and started telling him everything, and like he was there for her, very good with aftercare based on her recollection of events. And yeah, now they're seeing each other. So
immediately starts asking me very prying questions into my sex life, I guess you could call it. He starts saying that he has to come to terms with accepting that his paranoia that I was sleeping around was actually true, and that this...
I knew you were sleeping around, girl. I don't like niggatry. If I'm being honest with y'all, I hate niggatry so much. Why are you doing? We can see you, sir. Did you know that we can see you? We can see you, like we can hear you. We have ears and eyes. You know that, right?
Is something that he has to get over, but he has to accept that he was right about this. And he then asked me an absolute banger of a question. If you ask me, this is a question that I have never been asked in my life. I honestly felt like I was in a movie at this point. And honestly, reflecting on this whole story, it really does sound like a film. And I think that that's very intentional, just based on the kind of, I think, person that Lachlan and that especially men like Lachlan perceive themselves as being, sort of very much characters in the sort of odyssey of their life. Everybody else is simply a character, of course, not as important, and most importantly, not having autonomy beyond that of what the Lachlans of the world write them as. And it is most telling, reflecting on this, how everything transpired, and especially in reflecting on this, as I said, banger of a question. He asked me, whilst I was deciding whether to get protein-packed eggs or regular eggs, who was more important to me, him or Loverboy?
Hold up, wait a minute.
You know what?
Who are you gonna stay with, me or him? Why? This is why I said I don't like niggatry. Why? What are you talking about? Like this is a choice that I have to make. Oh my God, I have to choose between Lachlan, who I've known for 1 month, had one interaction with, who only wants to like come over to my house and touch and feel on me based on his interactions. And I have amazing dick with good aftercare. Oh my, whatever will I choose? Like, oh my goodness. My friend who like only valued me because he thought he was gonna have sex with me someday, or like good dick and aftercare. Like what? Oh, who? It's just such a... I just presented with these two valid options. What will I do? What will I do? It's just two good options to choose from. I'm stuck. Please let me have both. I don't know. I don't know what someone would say in that scenario. Probably, oh, well, goodbye. Since you made me choose, I didn't want to choose. I thought we could be friends, which is wild because I feel like Kidology still is like, oh, okay, well, we can still be friends somehow.
somebody asks you a question that they already know the answer to, but they either don't want to accept the answer or they either just want you to say it in order to have their theatrical moment. Mind you, and just let's remember with all of this, I have only known Lachlan for a maximum of about 6 months. I have only met him in the flesh.
Girl, where this was 1 month, like 30 minutes ago. Where did the 6 months come from? You gotta give us a better timeline in this video. You gotta say at this point it's 2 months. At this point, 4 months had passed. At this point, 5. Like you gotta throughout the video, so I'm not like, oh my god, all of this is happening within 1 month. Now I look inaccurate and like I don't research.
On 2 occasions for no more than 10 hours in total. I haven't seen him since the end of last year. This is honestly a no-brainer, in my opinion. So whilst he's digesting what I have just told him with a lot of very melodramatic sighs, you know, and a lot of prying questions continue, of course, I tell him that I am not going on holiday with him, that this is not happening because of just everything that has transpired, because it is clear to me that even though he has said that I didn't have to worry about his romantic feelings, that he was getting over his romantic feelings, that he was in a better place in his life, that this clearly was not the case, that this was clearly not something that he was ready to handle or deal with.
I would have just flat out said, oh, the only reason I planned a holiday with you is because I thought I was gonna kill myself before we went, if I'm being honest, so I'd like to cancel. I would not be like, oh, because of everything that just happened between us and like you were so rude, I just don't feel comfortable going on holiday. I would not give you that courtesy at all. I would have been straight up. Some people just need the truth.
With. It was very clear to me now and very apparent that his intentions for our holiday were very nefarious. I can honestly say that at this point, I would have felt very unsafe being on holiday with him. I would have felt just with things that he personally...
At this point, not any point, but never mind.
He told me about himself, about his feelings and everything, that I was not going to feel comfortable, that I would not feel that I could eat.
To be clear, I'm not going to say that it took all of this for her to not go on vacation with someone. I think she didn't think meaningfully about that vacation because, as she said earlier, she was going to self-delete prior to the vacation. So she just said yes to it because it didn't matter anyway. And now that she had this encounter with the man with the amazing dick that made her change her whole life. I'm not a lesbian no more. I might be bisexual. I'm not depressed no more. It's all fixed. I didn't started therapy. Me and my therapist, like, her whole life changed. She didn't say this, but that's what she said. So I think this was just, in my opinion, this was just an out. I feel like you're not going to tell me this wasn't orchestrated. Okay, I'm going to tell Lachlan I got some good D. He's going to get upset, and then I'm going to say, you're being so crazy right now. We can't do vacation, and then I'm going to have my out. And I can end the vacation without like being rude. I feel like she was doing this. This is orchestrated. That was the word she used. So I'm just clarifying. She didn't even think she was going on that vacation from the start.
Even closed my eyes around him. And I did not see that as in any way meeting the requirements of a holiday. And of course, as I said, this whole situation was just so inherently and entirely toxic and unhealthy. It was not going to work. This is the perfect example of a male-female friendship that can never work when one person is attracted to the other person. And especially in this case, is not willing to get over those feelings or not making the effort to get over those feelings. And to most significantly come to terms with the fact that the other person does not reciprocate their feelings and never will. This holiday wasn't friends going on a holiday together to just enjoy each other's company. This holiday was clearly very important to this story or this odyssey of his life that he was writing for himself, of which I
thought we were going on holiday as friends, but you just wanted to put your wiener in me. Yeah. I wasn't born yesterday. Oh. That snort was ugly, but what? I thought we were just going to the way these men are online saying, if I fly you out and we don't have sex, I'm stranding you in this foreign country with no money. Like, somebody gotta get Shira 7 in Kidology life. I would watch Kidology. If Kidology consumed like 8 hours of Shira 7 content uninterrupted, soaked it all in and absorbed it, and then started making content, I promise I'll be watching every video. Somebody gotta wake her up. Well, she woke herself up. Kudos, actually. It can be difficult to wake up because from a bird's eye view, we can see everything. But when you're in it, especially when you're suffering from mental health, remember she was suffering from, we have to continuously tell her, don't forget, she was suffering from mental health issues during the whole Lachlan period up until this point. I'm not going to expect someone to like make the best self-preservation decisions and self-beneficial decisions while they're suffering from mental health by virtue of them suffering from mental health. That makes sense to me. Maybe it doesn't to y'all, but I'll be pausing the screen at the funny times, the funny faces.
I was a character that he was going to save and rescue and probably, I don't know, have passionate love with. And I realized that
I'm going to save you, but you told me you're depressed. Oh, I don't care. Anyway, are we going to go on vacation so I can try to put my wiener in you? Is it wild? Save you from what and from whom and why?
he's actually the individual of my desires. Everything that I had said, everything I had relayed to him was just feeding into this whole narrative. It was becoming very apparent to me now. My saying that I wasn't going to go on holiday with him resulted in him giving me an ultimatum. And the ultimatum was that either I go on holiday with him or our friendship is over and that he will never speak to me again. Now, if a friend ever does this to you, just know that they are never your friend. If your friend has said, bitch, you're going on holiday with me, otherwise we are no longer friends, and they mean it, that's not a friendship. I told him that I was not going on holiday with him, but that instead of very emotionally
I honestly just have to admit and acknowledge that I'm lonely and don't have a lot of friends and just didn't want to lose one of the few I had. Oh, y'all, should we reach out? That actually made me sad. Kidology said she doesn't like virtual stuff. She said that all throughout this video, though. Reach out and show some love. Go and drop some hearts on this video for her, for some engagement for the algorithm and some likes. I hit the share and copy button because they see that as a share and I don't actually, oops, my chair dipped down a little and they don't actually have to, I don't actually have to share it to Facebook or somewhere. I don't share anybody's stuff on any platform I have, but I will hit that share and copy link button because they consider that the same as sharing it. I will do that. And I'll leave a heart. I already left a comment. I asked her to show us the 7-minute voicemail. She don't care. Actually, I'm not going to leave that heart. Y'all got to leave them first. I'm not about to be the only one. That looks weird. But if we all leave it, now it looks like a collaborative effort. I deleted that comment so quick. Wait a minute. No, this don't. Wait. This don't look like I want it to look.
Putting forward this ultimatum, we should still try and see if we can be friends. That he should take as long as he needs, whether it be a month, 2 months, a year, even more than that. I really didn't care. I didn't give a date or anything. I said he needs to take his time to really just figure things out with himself and with his life. And that then when he's ready, if he's ready, he can get in contact with me and see where we stand, if we can still be friends. And I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I did that because that really was not at all what I should have done. I should have called it.
I think this is what men want women to do unironically. Friends, relationships. I think men want women to just like this relationship with this man does not benefit me at all. In fact, it's to my detriment, but I'm going to fight for it. I'm going to fight to keep it. I think that is what men actually want generally. Because I don't understand how, I don't know what the feminist move, I don't know what you would associate this with, but women are increasingly deciding not to be in relationships anymore. Attribute it to feminism, 4B, or just attribute it who you gonna attribute it to. But women are deciding to walk away from relationships. They say it's because relationships don't tend to benefit them. In particular, they're talking about men lacking emotional regulation and control and intimacy. But other things too, right? Other things too, like women becoming the breadwinner, but also still doing the majority of the chores, or even if not the breadwinner, splitting the bills 50-50, but still doing the majority or all of the chores and childcare. Women are saying this relationship doesn't benefit from me. In fact, it's to my detriment. There's research out showing that single moms do less work and are less stressed than married moms, which is why, it was single moms and married women, Not necessarily women who had children, married women do more work than single moms, are more stressed than single moms. And people are saying, women are saying, yeah, no, this is not only does it not benefit me, but it's a net negative. It's not even like a neutral, like I can be in a relationship or not in a relationship and they're equal. Being in a relationship is objectively worse. And there's research to show it, for women at least. So we're abstaining. And the pushback from men is like, yeah, just suffer anyway. Yeah, that is the pushback. I don't think the women are, oh my God, you want the marriage so bad though. Don't you want a marriage? Don't you want a ring? I do not feel like this is working anymore. I don't feel like women are falling for that. Google is too accessible. It is too accessible.
It quits there completely. That was my opportunity. I didn't take it. I messed up. Oh well. Fortunately for him, he was.
I came here from that video where even the ringtone was dissing Drake. Loved it. Gonna sub. Thank you, Granola Bar, for subbing. Welcome to the channel. More people should subscribe. You will not get a dab. Only members get a dab. Sorry, but welcome. We have a new subscriber. I feel like more people should be the snowball effect. One person did it, and then another person did it, and then just like everybody just started doing it. I don't know. I'm just throwing something out there. I don't know. I'm stupid.
Was able to then have his moment. And this was a moment that I saw as ultimately just that, a moment in a screenplay, a moment in a very melodramatic, very heartbreaking story of lost love, the tale par excellence of unrequited love. At this point, it is with a heavy heart that I announce that Lachlan ended our friendship for good. Cue the violence. It's been interesting knowing you, and I'm sorry it ended like this. There is no point trying to be friends, because ultimately I can only see you as a friend under certain conditions. You saying outright that Loverboy is more important sealed it. Sorry that I can't see things from your side. The strength of my feelings to you was too strong. I'm surprised you didn't realize the depth of it, considering it's perfectly clear in the messages I sent all the start of the year, in which you at least strongly implied that you reciprocated those feelings. The rewrite of history is so beautiful. The paranoia that I had that you were sleeping with one of your housemates, that I rationalized as paranoia, and which ended up being true, was all too much of a nasty shock that I am not strong enough to get over. Forget me now. It can't just be me. This is so melodramatic. Forget me now and focus on the relationship.
When you get some dick that's that good, it'll even affect the men in your life. It'll even affect the men in your life. Oh, no, my goodness. Not the people at work talking, my friends talking. You're walking with your head a little higher today. Sticking your chest out, standing up straight. Your posture is amazing. What's going on with you? You are glowing. I don't know. It must have been something I drank last night. Ooh.
Relationship you need and want. I would have messed things up further down the line anyway, and it would have been more painful. I won't say anymore. I am sorry. Again.
2 hours later.
If you could pay me back the share of the holiday as soon as you're able, please, so we can just bury this deep and move on. And that, brethren, is a story of male-female friendship, as it most definitely should never be. I hope that this is a lesson to you. It most definitely now, on reflection at least, is...
Was it a lesson to y'all? Did y'all learn anything from this video? Swallowed. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you ever gone through a time of Kidology got whatever TD Jakes was talking about? Kidology experienced that with that man. Y'all don't believe me. Here, it's okay. You don't have to believe me. I'll let you hear it yourself.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up.
Man, in Kidology, you can use that intro if you're watching. You could definitely use that song. Definitely. I'm not going to copyright it.
It's a lesson to me. I cannot believe... Yep, that's the end of that.
Open source or whatever it's called.
I cannot believe I honestly sit in my room all day, editing videos and writing scripts and going on Reddit to see what people are angry about. I cannot believe
She just seems more alive. And you know what's crazy? Kidology, there was like this long period of time where she didn't make any videos. She came back, skin's glowing, her wig was sitting down a little bit more. I know y'all said what y'all said during this live stream about what you saw, but I believe it's a little bit lower. Just look at everything that's going on. Makeup, did her nails. I even feel like her room looks a little more sparkly. Is it possible that it affected even her surroundings? Is it possible? She just came back with a different, just, has she ever sat up this straight in her videos before she took the hiatus? I think her lashes are a little bit longer. You can see her eyes are a little bit more. Can you see that they're a little bit more shiny, like deeper eyes? Does that make sense? I'm talking about changed her whole life. Anywho.
that I had a life's worth of a friendship with somebody in a matter of a few months. It sounds like the kinds of books that particular men write. We all know those men who now feature very prominently on Reddit on r/men writing woman. This sounds so much like that. Just everything. It just sounds so terrible. I was very annoyed with, as I like to call it, the melodramatics of that message. And I did write a very long, very detailed email with receipts, with quotations and references, dispelling everything that he said about his paranoia of me sleeping around with Yorkshire men, his paranoia of me having strong feelings for him and reciprocating his feelings, all of that. That was just absolutely wild to me. I thought that was hilarious, very entertaining, very interesting, but also really showed me an example of a relationship where somebody just cannot accept your autonomy and sees you as a character in the story of their life that is.
Oh, I do want to also point out, to her friend's credit, it wasn't just that he slept with her and it was amazing, but she said the aftercare was good too. Like, she broke down and cried and he talked to her, which must be like in stark contrast to Lachlan, who does not really care about her at all outside of trying to get into her house or get her on that vacation, because I believe he just wants to put his wiener in somebody, and he's just like hiding it behind all of these thick texts
of their making and of their writing, and you have to conform to the role of the person that they have written.
Strongly worded email. Good day, sir. Lachlan, I think you are acting quite insidious. I won't stand for this. It is intolerable that someone say this about me in such ways. I beseech you, sir, to sit beside thyself. And I don't know what like British people talk about, so I'm just like working off of my imagination.
You as. And I think, unfortunately, this is an example of a relationship that started from parasociality and turned very much into limerence and no way into love. This is not romantic love. Romantic love accepts that a person is a flawed human being that you cannot control, that you cannot coerce, that you cannot manipulate or deceive even into being with you. And that was a very sad revelation. I have, as a result, become very distrusting of people. I am now constantly walking around with a jagged fence around me because I don't trust anybody anymore. And it's sad. It is sad. I do think I will get over it. I think it is just a response to this very sudden breaking up of a friendship that was happening at a very peculiar time in my life. And that was sort of a very big friendship, even if it wasn't the thing at the front of my mind. And I was just doing it because I sort of had to go through the motions of doing life every day whilst I was dealing with everything. It was a thing that was happening. And of course, based on everything that happened, at least once I felt a lot better and was doing a lot better mentally, it was definitely a very traumatic sort of experience to reflect upon, and a very traumatic ending of things, a very sudden ending of things that I was not expecting. I hope you enjoyed this more personal video and this sort of story time of sorts. Do let me know in the comment section if you would like more videos like this. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry that you had to endure my very croaky, very raspy, very breathy voice. I am quite sick at the moment. Thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you so much to Balessa for sponsoring this video. And don't forget to check out my giveaway if you would like a free gift card or a free sex toy. Everybody wins. Remember that. Maybe not Lachlan, maybe not me in relation to Lachlan, but everybody else, you win. And do tell me as well your friendship stories. Tell me your stories about friendships that have either ended, friendships that have been toxic, friendships that have resulted in like...
What are your stories? Tell me your stories. Have y'all ever been swallowed up? Tell me your stories.
Unrequited love, or if you have been a Lachlan in someone's life, because I'm sure at some point we have all been the person who is not the good person in the story of these friendship situations or in these relationship situations. So I would love to hear your reflections on that. Again, thank you all so very much, and I'll see all of you very, very soon in the next one.
Oh, okay. If I hadn't have stayed for the whole thing, I wouldn't have heard the wink sparkle.
Again, thank you all so very much, and I'll see all of you very, very soon in the next one.
I like that. It means that there's benefits for the people who stick around at the end. I didn't know that was at the end. So, yay. Have you guys had any stories? Have you ever gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming? Why the first thing when I search TD Jakes? Why is the first thing? It's Google fills in after you start typing. Why the first thing when I type TD is TD Jakes swallowed up? Let's watch.
Come out the closet and stop keeping a secret.
I'm sorry, I forget about that part every time. I forget about that part. Come out the closet and stop keeping a secret.
Come out the closet and stop keeping a secret, and let the world know if it had not been for the Lord that was on my side.
Yes, God.
I would have been. I would have been.
Why y'all playing God, church? Let me just let him.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was overwhelming and you were at your wit's end? Oh, that is my point of view.
He went through a time of swallowing. Everything was going. It was overwhelming. He was swallowed up. I'm sick of y'all. Preach. I'm not about to play with y'all. I'll play a little bit more.
Because
I was swallowed up at my wit's end. I didn't know what to do. This should be physically impossible. My brain can't fathom what's happening.
Point of view in the Easter story is relational. But from God's perspective, it is quite transactional. The word redemption is in its nature transactional.
Oh, well, it's not like we expected to get his whole sermon for free, but I was really learning something. I was really learning.
Come out the closet and stop keeping a secret.
Got it. Okay. Come out the closet, stop keeping a secret. TD Jakes told y'all right here. Let's hit the intro and we'll have a brief after show. Thank you for watching. Be sure to leave a like on the video and subscribe if you aren't already. Both help out with the algorithm.
I come and slap by 8 p.m. and send a text to your DM. Come and slap by 8 p.m. Slap at 8 p.m. and send a text to your DM. Come and slap at 8 p.m.
Cool. So, what did we learn today? If your friend doesn't care about you when you're going through something, I'm not saying you have to like reach out to your friend and just be like fake something to test them. Oh my God, I'm going through something right now, and gauge their response. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if something does happen and you happen to go to your friend and you notice that they seem to take an interest in talking about themselves instead of helping you out with what you're going through, they're probably not your friend. What did we learn on a more general scale between men and women? Men are in these relationships because they want to put their wiener in somebody. That's why they in these friendships. This is why it doesn't make sense to Kidology, right? Because she says this several times. Excuse me, she doesn't say explicitly it doesn't make sense, but there's a sort of implication that his behavior doesn't make sense. Even in the beginning of the video when she's like, why does he want to come over my house? Didn't he say that he wants to take things slow and blah, blah, blah? This doesn't make sense if you're taking what he's saying at face value. Unfortunately, as my friend has articulated to me when I disagreed with her Shira 7 dating life that she does, the climate is as such. The men are doing this, whether or not you're truthful with the men or whether or not you decide to play the game, the dating game that everybody has to be dishonest, or whatever, and can't be upfront. And it's like a game to see if he's going to get you in bed and then ghost you, or are you going to withhold sex for 3 months and then hope he's whatever games are being played in dating right now. My friend says she has to play those games because if she don't, Lachlan gonna use her up. Oh, sure, Lockley, you can come over to my house, sure. And then things led to sex. I can't believe it. This is so crazy. I went on vacation with him and he was like so rude and crazy. Like, what happened? I thought it was just a vacation between her. If you take the advice, if you take the words at face value, they're going to eat you up. And you're going to put yourself in a dangerous situation. Luckily, as she said she don't feel safe going on vacation no more. And so she didn't go. And to be honest, as she said, she wasn't even about to go in the first place. That's the only reason she agreed. Swallowed up. Nah, stop, y'all. Be professional. I said after I played that, video. So I think Kidology hit with this video. It hit what needed to be hit. I am very confused, which is unusual because I've already watched the whole video, but I'm still confused. So it could be a me thing, but I have questions, to say the least. I have questions. I was reading the comments on this video, and I'm pretty sure she did make a part 2. I saw the part 2 was up. I actually went and commented on the part 2, but I haven't watched the whole thing. I watched a couple minutes, but I haven't finished it because I just wanted to know, is that 7-minute voicemail in the part 2? That's all I wanted to know. What I thought was going to happen was we were going to watch the part 2 together, and I was going to finish part 1 by myself, but I didn't. So we watched part 1 together. But apparently in part 2, she said it gets really, really crazy and dusty. And I was like, well, what was it in part 1? If it gets crazy and dusty in part 2, what was part 1? Was this is this our baseline is what I'm trying to ask. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to see if this is the baseline, or was part 1 crazy and it gets crazier, or are you saying this is like normal and then part 2? Because if this is normal, I need to see what crazy is. Oh, y'all want to do part 2? Cool, let's watch it. Let's all watch part 2 right now. 4-hour stream? No. You can go to Kidology's channel and you can give her the view. You can give her the like for her work, right? Because that was some work that she did for us. That whole relationship was some work. That was some work that needs to be compensated for in my mind. So be sure to go and give her her like. I'll link her video in the description now, actually. Here, I'll update it in real time. We give credit where credit is due. She worked for that video. She did some work in real life. I ain't talking about putting a video essay together. I'm talking about real life work. Oh my God. There, the description should be updated now. And if you so choose to do so, and I would appreciate it. I'm sure she would if you go and give her her like, because That's her video. We're reacting to it and seeing what we can learn. But she made it. I believe she deserves the credit and the like for it. So be sure to do that. If y'all leave hearts on the video, I will leave a heart as well. I will not leave a heart by myself. I'm not going to do it. Sorry. I'm not bold enough. I actually am. I feel like I would leave it. But if I leave one without setting a criteria for you guys, then you guys aren't going to leave one. Are you? Nope. Let me check. I'm real time checking the comments. I'm trying to see if y'all are actually over there. So this is the video. I'm trying to see. I could have sworn he was in the comments. Somebody said it the other day when I looked. They said he's in the comments. How could you do this to him? How could you use his real name? She was like, boy, I ain't use his real name. Update. If you'd like a part 2, Lachlan has been emailing me since the upload, even though I told him to never contact me again. Well, we knew he wasn't going to respect boundaries in the first place. So apologies for the re-upload, but YouTube age restricted my video. Okay. So she told us about part 2. I'm looking for his comments. I want to see what Lachlan has to say. Oh my God, how could you do this to me? I was literally the perfect friend. Y'all know how your parents like beat you nearly to death, and then you grow up and you like don't talk to them ever, and they're like, oh my God, I treated you so good all your life. How could you treat me like this? I did everything for you. You're just lying. Just lying. Oh, he deleted his comments. Habitual boundary breaker, habitual line crosser. Doesn't like living in a big city, can't communicate virtually. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is a deadly combo in the modern polarized and atomized world. Gotta have one, the other, or both if you want community. Am I tripping? It seemed like she was communicating good virtually with him. He was just kind of overbearing. Like she didn't, to my knowledge, she didn't leave him on red or anything except the one night where he called her 9 times and she was asleep. In the time where he said, leave me alone for 14 days. I don't want to talk to you. And then like called her the next day. But like somebody being too busy to be on the phone with you, but they text back whenever you text them is not like can't communicate virtually. Or am I tripping? That man just want to FaceTime all day on Zoom because they got Androids. That is a whole struggle. Y'all don't use Duo or Meet. Now it's Google Meet. Y'all don't use. Y'all are Zooming people. Ugh. Ugh. The horrors. No, Android people are funny. It's crazy. You got to be an Android user to have a whole Google Duo, Google Meet built into the phone, your whole FaceTime, and you go ahead and download Zoom. Let's FaceTime on Zoom. I don't want to use it. Like, it has to be, because Android is like a rejection of the system, I feel like. Android is like, I want to do whatever I want. iPhone won't let me, so... Google Duo is like I love Google Duo, now Meet. I love it. I can't believe people are Zooming. I don't know what this man is talking about. Why is this man critiquing Kidology? Out of all this whole video, what you took issue with, Kidology said she doesn't want to live in a big city and she finds it difficult to communicate. And this man said, you need to choose one. What? Kidology audience always want hands, always. This the biggest self-report ever posted. Is this a are they talking about him or her? Normalize rejection, agree. This gives off baby reindeer vibes. Y'all, we need to finish baby reindeer. We have 2 episodes left and y'all keep going to sleep. This is the problem with having an older audience. Y'all bedtime, y'all done already chewed these caramels out of this cookie box that you don't keep cookies in, you keep caramel candy in it, and y'all are ready to go to sleep by 7:35 p.m. and like I'm just getting home and getting ready to watch the show with you guys and y'all are like, I can't. My bones are too weary, my body too tired. True friendships can definitely happen between men and women, even if one of them is attracted to the other. Huh? Why you at that? What is wrong with y'all? What's wrong with y'all? And I saw y'all in the comments too when I asked y'all earlier, is this the type of friendships y'all are having? Are y'all playing strip poker with your friends and having sex? And y'all was all in my comments. Yep, I sure am. Yep, that's exactly what I do with my friends. Schedule. That's exactly what I do with my friends. Absolutely. What kind of friends y'all got? Oh, I'm attracted to them. And like, if they wanted to, we could, but like, we don't. So we're friends. What are you talking about? Y'all are, y'all are dating. Y'all are dating. It's just one-sided. He dating. Excuse me. He dating. You think y'all friends on your end, but on his end, y'all are like totally dating. Where'd it go? I want to finish reading that. Even if one of them is attracted to the other, but it takes both of them being mature, self-aware, and respecting the value of good friendship above their desire for sex or romance. I mean, I do agree if you have feelings for a friend, you should, if they don't reciprocate, right? Because friends to lovers is a genre that can be true in real life. I believe. I have hope. Yeah, I have hope. I have hope. I believe in real love still. It can happen. I don't believe friends to lovers is actually, I don't like that actually. Wouldn't it be? So I get on dating apps and I see in people's profiles looking for a friend that could, if we match and vibe well, we become lovers. Well, it doesn't say we become lovers. It says it could lead to something else, which is an implication. Like, to me, it just sounds like you want to talk to somebody. Is this not the talking stage? Am I tripping? Is it now friendship and then we are dating, but the friendship is like we're in the talking stage, essentially, practically. We are in the talking stage and getting to know each other to see if we like each other. Am I tripping? Don't make no sense. Okay, let's see what else they have in these comments. I want to see the comments all the way at the bottom. Those are all the comments that people downvote, and they usually have some messy opinions. That's what I'm looking for. Two unstable people doing unstable things. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I don't like that phrase actually. The most psychopathic thing about this whole story is that he's the clear villain of the story without any redeeming qualities, and you just did some oopies because you wanted to off yourself. Super manipulative, major red flag. Maybe there's a reason you don't have any friends. Damn. How y'all do this? That is wild to me. How you watch somebody say, I've been super depressed for the last year. I almost took my life. Yeah, this is probably why you don't have any friends, because you're unstable. Play stupid games, wins. What? This is wild. The Kidology's audience is, well, to be fair, I scrolled all the way down to the bottom. I won't make that characterization. I scrolled all the way to the bottom. Let's see. This is a long comment. I feel like I don't want to read it. I'm skimming through it to see if it's anything good and juicy in it. Juicy. Okay, here we go. Dude here. I'm in a relationship and I'm friends with a bunch of people, and some of them women. Most of them in relationships are married, and I think those are the ones. This is I bet this is gonna say as long as they're married, like then nothing will happen. That doesn't make sense. I actually don't understand this, and I mean this legitimately. Maybe one of you can explain it to me. If you're saying platonic relationships with women who are single don't work with you, but platonic relationships with women who are in a relationship or women who are married does work with you, what you're saying is you're able to be in a relationship with a woman for an extended period of time, and you're able to put a sort of boundary around having romantic or sexual feelings for her because she's in a relationship. You can do this while she's not in a relationship. What is it about someone that makes you like have to see this person as a potential partner? Like, why categorize? I don't understand that. Like, I actually don't. Sorry. Let's see. Some of them women, most of them in relationships are married. And I think those are the ones that are more or less safe from ever turning ugly. But also, most of the time, it's not just the two of us thing. So they don't hang out alone. My partner, not because my partner wouldn't allow it, and I absolutely don't get in the way of my partner meeting up with anyone. She enjoys being around, no matter if it's just the two of them or a group. Example, she likes to go on concerts a lot, and I often don't join her. But from my own experience, when I was single for a while, it would be difficult for me not to eventually want more from someone I found attractive, vibed with. And that kind of sucks. The solution, sadly, is there isn't really a solution besides just realizing you're not fostering a friendship, but just a friend zone time bomb. You need to move on. Don't be salty and reflect a bit. You were acting like a friend because you suspected you never had a chance with her. Could be true, could not be. And instead of moving, and you ran on copium and hopium and just hung out with her. This is a lot. I feel like really, girl, you're gonna have to look. I've been watching TikTok too much. My attention span is gone. I know y'all are reading this research about children, the next generation, increasingly becoming unable to concentrate on things longer than 1 minute long, due to the type of dopamine hit and consumptions we've gotten from Instagram Reels and TikTok and YouTube Shorts and these type of videos, which have really, really exploded in popularity. So you're gonna have to condense this down in about 3 words. You got to give it to me in 3 words, maybe 6. Me like women, can't be friend. Oh, okay. That's all you had to say. That's all you had to say. Let me see. So you hang out with her because what if she changes her mind and eventually you'll overstep some boundary in frustration, sour the friendship, the quote friendship that you never had. If 2 people are single and just friends, it's just more or less a time bomb. I've had like one friend who I was really into and didn't make a big secret out of being into, which didn't work out, and we're still friends and still gladly talk and meet if we're in the same country. So not everything has to end in complete drama. It sounds like he's saying I only have one friendship where I caught feelings and nothing happened. Even after I told them I caught feelings, we just worked through it and we're still friends. How many friendships are you in where you're catching? Well, I mean, I guess a lot, because his whole ideology is if you're friends with somebody, you eventually gonna catch feelings with them. Men are lonely. Men are extremely lonely. Single men are lonely. Y'all can go look up these self-deletion statistics and what's on the rise and for who. Men are lonely, and I think they really need to invest in friendships with other men, and they need to make community with each other, because women can be single and have a community around them. Men, if they're single and they go to their guy friends, the research already shows their guy friends aren't generally good for support. So y'all, and they don't have guy friends to begin with also. So y'all need to do something, but it can't be this. You wouldn't feel this way if you had friends. You wouldn't feel, I feel like you wouldn't feel this way if you had community, if you had good relationships with your family, friends, and community. I feel like you wouldn't feel this way. I feel like you would be able to be single without yearning for any woman in your vicinity who you have a good relationship with, who is not your family. Some people do family too. I lived near Alabama for a while. I've seen it. Lived right across from those borders. I can just walk over there and see it. Just see it right out in the open. Alabama's very flat. You can see it right from Georgia, from Tennessee. You can just see it. You can just look over the border in there. You can just do this with your hair. You don't even need binoculars. You're like, look at that over there. Well, anyway, I'm just talking the talk now. Let me see if I can find one more good comment and I'll get you guys out of here. Hope you feel better soon. Aww. Do you sing your name at the beginning of songs? Huh? Jason Derulo. Oh, his name's Jason Cuculo. All right. Any cool comments? Going once. 5 minutes in, and all I can think is none of this on either side is normal, humane behavior. And frankly, you just needed to say no. Also odd that you were eager to meet him for said opportunity to meet some you wanted to. But since you already knew you didn't want to know him, heard I'm his, get to know you better, see where it goes nonsense, and started asking him about what he was looking for in a relationship, but already presume you just let him fizzle out instead of say, why is it always long-winded? I feel like, and there's no, this is all one sentence, by the way. This is all, sorry. Instead of say no or define your situation immediately, it feels like this was played wrong respectfully. Not rejecting a person who claims to have some interest in you when you have no interest makes me ask, how did you think that would go other than obviously poorly, or was this for the content? 5 minutes in with the intelligence you're toting, your Y-O-U-R, and the social dynamics you appear to have a handle on. This feels like a strange one. I'll keep watching though. Let's see if he kept watching and had another comment. Here's another one. Absolutely spot on. Women can also be particularly unclear when it comes to interest. I don't understand how one could possibly interpret this as a manipulative mastermind when he's clearly just as confused about her intentions as she is about herself. I felt like Kidology was very clear with her intentions. We are still talking about Kidology. This live stream is titled "A New Kidology Lore" or something. We are definitely talking about Kidology on this stream. Absolutely. I feel like she was very clear. I feel like if someone is espousing to be your friend and uninterested in a relationship because it's long distance, I feel like he was confusing with that part though. Actually, I feel like I was confused at the beginning on whether or not he wanted to be friends because he's not into long distance relationships, or if he wanted to friends to lovers and get to know each other slowly because they're distant, and that he likes that because he doesn't like to rush. I think it was the latter. Either way, that sounds like we're gonna start as friends, which Kidology was okay with. I don't think she lied about anything. Let's see. Anything else? And he is a manipulative. He's not a mastermind, but he is manipulative. I believe the only reason he was able to manipulate her is because she was going through she was mentally unwell at the time. And Kidology is very lenient. My understanding towards men especially is Kidology is very lenient. I said, if somebody spit on you and called you the N-word, would you call that racism? And she said, well, we have to investigate why they did that. I was like, all right, that's more than I'm willing to give them. So Kidology got sympathy if she hasn't got anything else. Men are such horrible friends. So anyway, I was planning on going on vacation with my friend, but only because I planned to unalive myself beforehand. And I needed my kitty cat scratched, so I came up with some scheme to sleep with one of my friends. Men are such horrible friends. These men do not like Kidology. They do not like Kidology. I think Kidology's male fans, we've talked about this before, but they are who they are. Kidology already know this, though. I think most of her male fans are incels and people like that. The idea of a woman struggling with depression and going to unalive herself and reaching out to her friends, and her friends are only interested in talking about themselves, don't really care about her, ask her to go on a vacation, keep bothering her about coming over to her house after she said no the first time, keep pestering her with love after she rejects them. She actually rejected him a lot of times throughout the video. I know she said, I finally did what I was supposed to do, and I wrote out this rejection at some point later in the video, but she actually rejected him multiple times. I feel like she was very clear. She was very upfront with everything besides she was feeling depression. And I think the depression and self-deletion feeling motivated a lot of her feelings. But these people heard her say, I said we would go on vacation because I was going to self-delete, and they got upset at her. That lacks compassion, in my opinion. In my opinion. Oops, 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 oops. That's why I'm not close friends with any man when I'm in a relationship. The internet can get mad about it if they want, but every single guy friend I have has tried something, and it's not the same. Like lesbians can be friends. I'm bi and I can be friends with lesbians. For some reason, straight, she put that in all caps, men often don't value women generally unless they have some level of attraction. Sorry, I actually don't disagree, unfortunately. Like the men are in the comments on this video. Yeah, no, if I'm friends with a girl, like eventually I'm gonna want to have sex with her. So I just don't be friends with girls unless they're in a relationship. So I could, we can't even deny it. we can't even give the benefit of the doubt. And did you ask him permission to share this? Shut up. He should have been a better person. I mean, yeah, you should make people private. Okay, so let's see. Where is it? I don't see it. I don't see anything. I don't see anything fun. Let's go to the most liked comments. Lesson to all, don't engage with men on the internet who don't take no for an answer. If they at any point disregard you saying no, block, walk away, disengage immediately. They are not worth your time. Agree. I cannot deal with these guys. I like you so much, but they literally know nothing about you. They don't ask you questions about yourself. This is shallow, fake, forced intimacy without actually ever knowing someone intimately. It's insane. You respond to a DM, all of a sudden it's, I wish you were here with me. No, that is the whole clock. That's funny. That specific line, you respond to one DM, all of a sudden, I wish you were here with me. I have such longing. Let me write a book. I have the poetry that that is necessary for a book. I have such a longing for you. Ever since you responded to that DM 3 hours ago, I have thought about you nonstop. I wish you were here with me. I wish we could cuddle. I miss you. We really hit it off, and I just... Anyway, that's what she said in her comment. She said, these men just out here wilding. This is why I never assume that any woman I'm friendly with is interested in me. It saves everyone a lot of grief. Good. Did she put out her part 2? She did. Part 2 should be Lachlan's perspective at the hour-minute mark, laughing at his vulnerability after you engaged in the same level of toxicity that he did, if not higher. We can't be watching the same video. We can't be watching the same video. Was Kidology just as bad as Lachlan in this video? Hey, I feel like I'm gonna kill myself. Oh, anyway, I don't care. When we going on vacation? I feel like she was not as bad as that. There ain't nothing you can convince me. There's no way you can convince me Kidology was worse than that. Let's go to what he's saying. He said he poured his heart out and she just laughed at it. Let's see. Oops, it was on mute.
The rewriting of history is so beautiful. The paranoia that I had in...
Oh, yeah, that's right. By the way, him pouring his heart out was like him literally just lying about everything, that he made up a false reality. So I would laugh too. What are you talking about?
That you were sleeping with one of your housemates, that I rationalized as paranoia, and which ended up being true, was all too much of a nasty shock that I am not strong enough to get over. Forget me now. It can't just be me. This is so melodramatic.
Okay, they said that made Kidology just as bad. Look at how she laughed at his fake story, and you want us to have sympathy for you? Remember when he wanted to have sex with you and you rejected him, so he just like kept asking, and I believe that you're just as bad as him because you laughed at his fake story. That story was manipulation, by the way. I feel like, but anywho, thank you guys for watching. Those are all the comments I have. Like, this is the after show, so we were just messing around, and I don't have to work tomorrow that early. So I'm just chilling. We were just chilling out together. What else? Are we gonna do baby reindeer tonight? Oh, the memes. Somebody always reminds me. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't want to show y'all my memes though, because I have them saved for that Christian lady video. This was just like impromptu, by the way. I wasn't planning to look at Kidology lore, but it was just too juicy, too spicy, too juicy to not. Kidology is talking to someone, by the way. And you guys know I only have feelings for my subscribers. So you guys want some memes. I don't want to show them to you, but I will. The reason I don't want to show them to you is very simple. They are related to the next video, and I feel like they framed the next video very good. No, we have not finished Baby Reindeer because y'all fall asleep too fast. 2 episodes left. Y'all just can't stay up past 7:30. So just in hiatus. Ew, that's not a good one. Here, you know what we could do? We haven't done Instagram memes in a while. We've been looking at too much TikTok. Instagram is unhinged. It is absolutely unhinged, which means it comes with the best memes. Let's do it. We haven't done this in a while. Okay, here are the reels that I will show you guys. Why should I show y'all Instagram reels? Y'all don't even watch my YouTube shorts. I'm doing all this work making these Drake memes and don't nobody watch them. Embarrassing myself on the internet for free. I'll show you anyway, though. When your wife of 10 years pulls out a walkie-talkie and says, "We have enough evidence, arrest him." The music is copyright, so I can't play this one. Sorry. I will recreate that. You will see it in my shorts in a day or two.
How the fuck am I supposed to act my age if I ain't never been this age before? How the fuck am I supposed to act my age if I ain't never been this age before?
He has a point. He has a point.
This is my idea of a very nice day out. This is my idea of a very nice day out.
That is his idea of a very nice day out.
He told me something I will never forget. He said, shit, I forgot what he said, but he told me something I will never forget. He said, shit, I forgot what he said, but
that is how it is getting tea from a man, actually. We went to the thing, and then I don't know, he did something. It was crazy. Let me see. They said they do it because it's controversial. That's not funny. Sorry.
It's a cute dog, man. Oh, thank you.
Can I pet it?
Sure.
Yeah, we're actually doing a documentary about dogs. So this is
Are
perfect.
you kidding?
Yeah, we're trying to stop bestiality.
Oh, that's
yeah, no,
great.
it's gnarly. Yeah.
It's like, how can they do that to animals?
I know. I stopped doing it like a month ago.
Oh, wow. Let's move on. No comments.
Don't choke.
This is nice.
That's nice.
You said what?
Don't choke.
Yeah, I feel like I'm interrupting something. I feel like I am not supposed to be here with these two. This is definitely supposed to be private.
Oh, choke. Oh, okay. No, you said choke.
Don't choke.
Did he just do this with his hair that he don't have? Don't choke.
Choke.
This is nice.
That's nice.
You said what?
Don't choke.
Oh, choke. Oh, okay.
Don't choke. Okay, if you say so. Y'all are no.
No, you said choke.
Now just turn your head.
There are no comments on this. I don't believe that. You got it. What? Because I wanted to see what the comments said about this. You're telling me there are no comments on this? Hold up. I believe they're lying to me. Give me 1 second, y'all. Oh, they turned the comments off. Okay. Because I remember there were some comments on this a day or two ago. I know there was some comments on there I wanted to go through. But it's fine. Did we ever talk about the German lady? No, I think it's very sad that people have insecurity issue, right? So they have to go online and start a conversation that no one was having, because there's this type of, I think, insecurity when no one wants you, right? No one finds you attractive. And so you have to do this sort of thing where you, what is the word I'm looking for? You do this sort of make believe, right? Like, I'm better than these people. He chose me and these other people can't compete. I believe this is like an overcompensation for people who were never told they look good. So they have to tell it to themselves, and they have to do that by putting down other women. And I think Black men who, particularly passport bros, right, are definitely going to enable that. Absolutely. And possibly she could have been getting some of her lines from him. Look at these Black women, big nose, big lips. My Black man said, I'm pretty because I don't have those things. So I think it's both rage bait, yes, but also I think it stinks of insecurity.
Now just turn your head sideways and you can see how it works. There's a variety of these things. They're called emoticons, and lots of intranauts use them.
Okay.
Now just
cool. We learned about emoticons. These used to be big back in the day, and we sure did take that nose out the next generation. We sure did. That can't be all of the posts.
Now just turn.
Somebody said mad dramatic, but warranted. He did lock in. One more. That was so dramatic. Somebody said he almost ruined the party. Emergency break.
Hi, Angel. Hi, Angel.
He has a lot of videos like that.
Hi, princess. Hi, princess.
I don't know. He just popped up in my my thing.
Hello. Hello.
What else does he have for us? I'm looking for his most popular stuff. I guess those were his two more popular things. Let's look at some of his not popular stuff. All right, I'm uncomfortable. Let's continue. No longer comfortable. Okay.
I got molested by like 5 people when I was growing up. How many books do I get? Now's your chance, Dr. Phil. Who was your favorite? No.
I don't remember this episode of Dr. Phil. I do not remember this episode. That is absolutely out of pocket. Someone said his intrusive thoughts burst forward. Every day for a summer. This reminds me of the Asian man who was telling the 2 men not to laugh when he recounted his childhood story.
I got molested by like 5 people when I was growing up. How many books do I get? Now's your chance, Dr. Phil.
Now's your chance to what, actually? Now that I think about it, what are... Hold up.
Who was your favorite? No.
Sorry. That wasn't that funny. We've seen too many funny things that I believe are funnier than that for me to elicit that response. I apologize. I apologize for my outburst. Okay.
I have a driver's license, but I've never been in an accident, so.
Well, like you've never had one, or you just didn't renew it, or?
How did Uber allow you to sign up?
Well, you work for Uber, right?
Guys, can you keep it down? I'm trying to sleep. I have a driver's.
He's right.
Aduh, lain kali jangan laju-laju, Pian. Kau tengok apa jadi? Kereta dah lah kecil. Apa Ustaz? Ustaz. Aduh, lain kali jangan laju-laju, Pian. Kau tengok apa jadi? Kereta dah lah kecil.
No further elaboration. POV, your mom said your homie can stay the night, but you have to keep the door open. This is a visual.
Huh? It shouldn't be. I don't know. I think it's done. Huh? It shouldn't be. I don't know. I think it's done.
I encourage men friendships to be more deep and meaningful, so I'm here for it. Somebody said they don't have a single original experience. Someone said I liked it because it's relatable, not because it's funny. Someone said, let's play a game. I will hide and you will seek professional help. I like that game. This is what your male friends are doing. Get used to it.
What's your name?
Oh, no.
This restaurant is offering cheese wheel pasta for less than $10, which is unheard of because I once paid $20 for this exact dish at San Gennaro. This is pasta that...
Oh, some of my saved aren't memes. They're like, this looks good. I want to go there. This is in New York. Maybe I'll go this weekend.
Pasta, a new restaurant located in the East Village that's become really popular for their affordable, delicious, and homemade.
Someone says $18 to $20 with all the toppings. They are lying.
Pasta. The fettuccine alfredo base starts.
What toppings are you putting on it, though?
It's at $9.90. From there, you can customize with additional toppings like bolognese, baby mozzarella, chicken, and pesto with tomatoes, which are an additional charge. This was...
Because they said it's like $20 with all the toppings, but how many toppings are you putting on for $9 to turn it to $20? Like if you put on chicken, it's $12. I feel like you're just doing too much. It might be you. Woo! Oh, I want this so bad, y'all. This is like so irrational. I have no reason for this piece of furniture. I cannot find it anywhere at all. I feel like it's a scam and it doesn't exist, but I want this so bad. I don't need a 3-in-1, 4-in-1 table, desk, couch. I don't need it at all, but I just want it so bad. I want it so bad. Let's look longingly one more time. As soon as I saw that, they knew exactly how to set this reel up because I was finna scroll right past. Why do I need furniture? Who cares about furniture? It just folded out. It just folded out. Let me show y'all in real time. Oh my God. Well, that's exactly how it happened. It was that fast. Anyway, let's continue.
Materials that will be popular in 2020.
Oh, these are just things that I thought were cool. No need to look at.
T'as bien fait Et ça, c'est gravel ou c'est pas gravel? T'as bien fait
I said a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Sorry. Somebody said he crashed in cursive. The crash had so much elegance. It was a oopsie daisy type of fall. So I think he overreacted a little bit. Majestic.
Et ça, c'est gravel ou c'est pas gravel? T'as bien fait
Like he was almost in the grass. So close. Woo!
Material.
This is just a thing I want to go to. I've never seen this in real life. I don't know how to play, what it means, what's going on, but I want to go and step on the lights.
Good gay marriage, though, right? Is that different?
If a gay man wants to marry a gay woman, I'm all for it.
Good gay marriage, though, right? Is that different?
If a gay man wants to marry a gay woman, I'm all for it.
He still thinks gay means happy. I love that for him.
You're ready to apologize to mom? Please let me know. All right? You want to say you're sorry? Right? You understand that that's my wife, right? And in this household, mommy's always number one. Mommy puts me number one, and I put her number one. That's the only way that we can make sure that you have everything that you need, that you're always safe. You understand? You're ready to apologize to mom? Please let me know.
Most people were saying that they like this. Where can they sign their husband up for these classes? But someone said, the top comment said, imagine telling one of the top comments, excuse me. Imagine telling your little kids that they are nobody's top priority in their home. Wow. I feel like y'all are intentionally malicious. I don't know why people's brains turn off whenever we have conversations about who's more important, who should sit in the front seat, the wife or the mom, who should get a dinner plate first, the husband or the child. The husband. Wow, so you're going to starve your children and you're going to stab them in the stomach with knives? Like, yeah, I don't understand why people feel like somebody getting a plate 3.5 seconds later is like the end of the world, and it actually means you don't love your children. Oh, and if your mom can't sit in the front seat, then you might as well just put her behind the car and roll right over her because you don't care about your mom. How dare, like, I don't understand why people go to these extremes. That don't make sense to me. And it's not like he said, you're not important. Your mom is, I don't care about you. Like, he's like, your mom comes first. You're going to respect your mom because that's how we provide for you. That's how we make sure you're safe. I feel like he is being affirming. I'm not a child psychologist or expert. I can't tell you whether or not this is good for the child. I just feel like it is from personal opinion. Who gets the big piece of, no, that's a real fight. That's tangible. You're not about to, no, that is tangible. That is tangible because the big piece of chicken implies that the other pieces are regular or small. Now, if it's like 2 pieces of chicken, you know how siblings fight and they break something in half and they try to like see which one is like 3 millimeters bigger and they want that piece. That's not what I'm talking about. In that case, it's arbitrary. But when we are talking about the big piece of chicken, you are not about to pretend. You are not about to pretend. Did I make the zipper Drake vid? No, not yet. I haven't seen you here before. Welcome. But now I lost my train of thought. The point is, the chicken is bigger, it is tangible, and it is measurable, but 3.5 seconds later, dinner on the table is like too negligible.
All right? You want to say you're sorry? Right? You understand that that's my wife, right? And in this household, mommy's always number one. Mommy puts me number one, and I put her number one. That's the only way that we can make sure that you have everything that you need, that you're always safe. Do you understand?
Oh, the comments are really divided. I didn't actually go through all of them. Someone said, look at all the people in the comments who are clearly grew up in a dysfunctional. Damn, they are going in these comments. That right there is a good man and good parenting. Someone said you can address disrespect without assigning a hierarchy that excludes your child for F's sake. This is how my dad was, and it taught me what I deserve in a husband. The way he talks to the little one like a grown-up. I love this. This is weird as head. I would never tell my kids they're not number one. I think my husband would agree. Can't you just discipline? I forgot what I read, but it was like you need to put your partner number one. Your children are going to turn 18 and move out the house, and your marriage is going to fail because you invested everything into your child. I don't know if I believe that, though. I don't, like I just said, if somebody says my wife is first, then my child, then my mom, then my friends, I don't believe they treat their friends like slaves and they treat their mom as if she's non-existent and they treat their child like they're a part of the underclass and only their wife gets good treatment. I would probably say it is indistinguishable how you love these people. That's what I would probably say. Well, it's distinguishable because obviously you would love your wife differently than you would love your child. Obviously, I would hope so. But as far as measuring or quantifying who you love more, I don't think I would probably say most people think it's equal, even if they believe there's a hierarchy, right? So marriage counselors say he's right. I will not endorse that message. I have not done the research yet.
You're like a mad scientist.
What I need, doctor.
I can't give it to you here, baby.
Oh my God.
Let's see.
I can't give it to you here, baby. Let me write my number down for you. I give it to you at your residence. Can do some home therapy.
You're like a mad scientist.
What I need, doctor.
I can't give it to you here, baby.
Oh my
Somebody said he used this voice countless times.
God.
Who freaky ass grandpappy is this? That voice drips with Riz. He been spitting game longer than any of us been alive.
Let's see.
You're like a mad scientist.
What I need.
I'm sorry, I just read it. Somebody said, why is his coat so tight? I didn't see it. Ain't the doctor coat supposed to go down to the floor? Oh my goodness. Sorry. No, he went crazy back in the day.
I can't
He don't fix backs, he breaks them.
give it to you here, baby.
Oh my God.
Let's see.
You're like a mad scientist.
What I need, doctor.
I can't give it to you here, baby.
Oh my God.
Let's see.
Sorry, we have watched this entirely too many times.
You're like a mad scientist.
What I need, doctor.
I can't give it to you here, baby.
Oh my God.
My bad, I just had to hear it one more time. That is wild. This is a toddler experiment. This is a candle thing I want to do. This is a spot in New York. Nope, copyright music. What's going on in this secret New York spot? Oh, that looks very boring. I'm not gonna lie. If you are a secret spot in New York, it has to be exciting. This looks like somebody's house. I just don't know what you would do in here. Hey guys, I know this secret spot. Let's go. And when you leave home, pay $40 to get an Uber to New York or for a cab or take the path 40 minutes from wherever you live, 20 minutes. I don't know how far y'all live from New York. Go to New York and then go to the house in New York. That don't make sense to me. Why would you leave the house to go to the house that's not yours? Am I missing something? Maybe it's for young people. You young people, you're going to the house in New York. Like my day, we stayed in the house. If we wanted to go to the house, we didn't go outside. I don't know. Here's something in New Jersey. I don't know. It's a little too flashy. Oh no. I exited out. A bouncy house. I want to go here. This is the largest bouncy house in the world, they claim. But I also read people can just claim whatever. You can say this is the best disinfectant in town. This is the best disinfectant around. This is the best disinfectant in the city. This is the best in the country. The #1 brand survey said. You could just say whatever you want to. It ain't no type of regulation. So what is the past tense of seek?
Past tense of seek. The question passes. Abigail, would you like to try?
Hide.
What is the past tense of seek? The question passes. Abigail, would you like to try?
Hide.
Somebody says soak. Hide and seek. She thought out of the box. A great answer. She's right, though. First you hide, then someone seeks you. I said aloud, soak. I don't blame her because the responses from the adults in this comment section is killing me. Seek kebab. Seeked. Seeksterday. My mind said suck. She thought she knew the answer. For a second, souk came to mind. Stop asking 10-year-old girls these university level questions. She's not far from the truth at all. After all, you have to hide in the past before you seek in the future, in the present, sir. Seek, sack, soak, salt. The correct answer is salt.
Joyce Evans for the Channel 6 10 o'clock news. Fuck it, we getting out of this joint. Joyce Evans.
She's so real for that.
For the Channel 6 10 o'clock news. Fuck it, we getting out of this joint.
We getting out of this joint.
Where did that go?
Oh, someone in the comments says she gonna get her boyfriend pregnant. This is what winning in life looks like. Savor these moments before you realize they will be in college.
You know what I've never seen? Negative people bring out the best in you. You know what I've never seen? Negative people bring out the best in you.
That wasn't a meme. I just found it funny. The presentation. Whoa, copyright. So y'all are making fake. So the BBL comes in the skirt now. I actually support this because BBL, I think for a time was like the most dangerous surgery in the world and still is, I think, in some places. So look, I'm all for it. The detachable BBL.
Before we begin, let's pray. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, our hearts are made ready to hear the truth, to be stimulated, to love you more. Before we begin, let's pray. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, our hearts are made ready to hear the truth, to be stimulated, to love you more.
Let's read the comments. Our Father who fart in heaven. Heavenly farts is outrageous. His fart was in the right place. I knew it was going downhill when he started off trying to put his hands in invisible pockets. Did he do that?
Before we begin, let's pray. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, our hearts are made.
His shirt not having pockets threw off his prayer. I was already laughing when he tried to stick his hands in his pockets. How did I not even see that the first time? This is the type of thing, it's funny to me because it's the type of thing me and my cousin might laugh at in church when we were little. And everybody else in the room quiet. And we just have to sit here like he didn't just say what he said. Poor guy, bless his fart. Bless his fart. Bowels be thy name. Oh my goodness. All right, let's do it. The crowd is silent, but deadly. Okay, let's go.
There's gonna come a day where you and your family gonna want to eat wood soup. Yep. Y'all gonna scrape them wood shavings off in that hot boiling water and season it up so you can get you some nice urban wood soup. Let's
I have no idea. Why people say white people don't season their food. They put the whole tree in there and the metal shavings from the chainsaw. Y'all talk about if somebody don't season their food. Let's do one more. Reasons I don't answer my man calls without my AirPod in.
I'll take too long.
Okay, I gotta go because I left my headphones upstairs. Gotta go, baby. Later.
I'll take too long.
Okay, I gotta go because I left.
My friend said she doesn't talk to me on speaker because I'm not appropriate. I don't say that, but she said my language is not appropriate for speakerphone. So black people will clown you for anything.
This nigga's a good dad.
This nigga's a good dad. This nigga's a nurturing provider.
This nigga's a good dad.
This nigga's a good dad. This nigga's a nurturing provider.
I believe it. Oh, that was quick. I missed it. That is wild. That's fast. Oh, is that all? Festival. Copyright music. Festivals, New Jersey, July, August, September. These don't look very good, though. I mean, but isn't a festival supposed to be dingy? But it also says state fairs. The fair is supposed to be very good. The festival is supposed to be like dingy. This doesn't look exciting. Where are the black people? I mean, there's one. I mean, the black people are working. So the white people just get to leisure around and the black people they have to sell stuff and toil and labor. I don't know. Date nights in New York. Oh, copyright. Date nights are about to get competitive. This was made by a man, I feel like. Oh my God, babe. Paintball date night. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's not the date night I have in mind, but largest kids playground. This is somewhere I'm never going to go in my life, but I'm saving it anyway, just in case. Just in case. I just will win the lottery tomorrow, just in case. Future can do. Sorry. Y'all can just pause and read that. I'm not going to leave it up. That might be it. Is that it? All right. That is our meme. This looks intriguing. All right, those are our memes for the day. Thank you, everybody, for joining. What's here? What is this? Nope, I don't like it.
Dad? Son, I'm very disappointed in you.
Straight to the point. Okay, now we can get out of here. Thank you guys for watching. Should we do one more? Nope. Okay. Thank you guys for watching. Be sure to leave a like if you haven't already. Hit the subscribe if you're not subscribed. More Drake memes for like. Actually, I think I'm done. I think I ran out. Actually, the thoughts aren't thoughting anymore. So, thank you for watching, guys. Have a good night. I'll leave you with an outro.
I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. Swallowed. Swallowed up. Swallowed. Been swallowed up. I would have been swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Swallowed up. Been swallowed up. Swallowed up.